veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh. 6 a.m. and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, 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 la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh. Ice in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, 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 la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh. 6 a.m. and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, 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 la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh. my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no, I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la 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 la, la 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 la, oh, oh, I've been driving this train, years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space.
Yes, good people, big up to all of you, and welcome once again to another edition of the Blue Mountain Show. And for this particular edition, I'm sure you all know, yes, we will be addressing some news item, but more importantly, the focus will be on the manager pursuit, Chelsea's manager pursuit. I think I have to change this as quickly as possible. It has the wrong label at the top. We will be discussing Chelsea's manager pursuit, where we are, who's on the list, and who's not on the list. And the first thing we'll do, I think it's important that we address this because there's a lot of mixed. You can say a lot of things are being thrown around in the media, some of which aren't correct. The first one states that Chelsea are not considering Brighton and Hove Albion head coach Roberto De Zerbi for vacancy. Chelsea have highest respect for Brighton, but wouldn't be coming up for another boss from there. The 43-year-old Italian profile, not what the club is looking for currently. So that canceled that out, and that's coming from David Ornstein, and I respect him so much. I think that's the truth. I think this is not the first time we're hearing that Chelsea ain't interested in Roberto De Zerbi. And something I want to introduce quickly. I'm not going to wait until I go through everything I have in the chat. The chat is always on fire these days, and I can't get everything. And it doesn't help that we're switching topic from one particular topic like this. It doesn't help. It can be exhausting as much as I like to interact with you. So keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. I will say hello to people there in a minute. I just wanted to take care of, get this one out of the way quickly, given that a lot of people are concerned that De Zerbi will become our next manager. And the truth remains, actually, a lot of Chelsea fans, majority of Chelsea fans, prefer Roberto De Zerbi over other candidates. But you could see by yourself, by the poll up there, 60% wants Roberto De Zerbi, but it's not going to be him. Just give me a second here. So that's, by the way, I'm going to go to saying hello to people in the chat, and then after that, we will get each item. So let's forget about De Zerbi. He's no longer on the list. Chelsea are not interested in De Zerbi, as we've heard from David Ornstein, and I believe him because he's one of those few journalists that I trust. If he says that's the case, I think, yeah, we're seriously not interested in Roberto De Zerbi. Let's see what else we have here. Well, whatever will happen, will happen. I've always known that that's the case. And we can only, big up to you too, Brianna. Hi, nice to see you. And we can only hope for the best, really. DJ Serve, nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Neither Coachella from the list out there. Amorim and Xavi have been ruled out. Amorim, I like Amorim, but Xavi, I don't trust him. Tactically, he will get us to play good football. Amorim will not be that much different from what's his name, De Zerbi. It's all about good football and all that, but tactically he's not mature enough yet. Why do you think Barcelona are letting him go? Xavi has been ruled out. It's disgraceful. It's a disgraceful lease. This is how low our football club has gone with these clowns. I don't understand how the fans are for it. I don't know if the fans can change anything, and all we can hope we just pray and hope for the best. In all honesty, and I'm going to say something I said yesterday quickly. This isn't the end of the world. This could turn out to be the best decision they've ever made. It could turn out to be the worst. In my opinion, it's 50-50. So I'm not concerned. And every manager you hire comes with a risk, no matter what. But I get it. People are usually more confident when you hire a manager that's been there, seen it all, and won it all. But all we can do is hope for the best. I said it, I would have rather kept Poch for another year than the list we have below. You can say he's you can say he's elite compared to them. Yeah, compared to them, he's more experienced. But that's not to say um, that definitely they're going to fail. I mean, when tied to our respective opinions, I'm quite sure a lot of us will, the belief will be that these managers, they're not going to succeed, that definitely that they will fail. And I don't think that's the case, but that's just my opinion. It can go either way, and I'm going to keep preaching that. Rain, nice to see you. I want McKenna, at least he achieved something and didn't speak bad about Chelsea, unlike De Zerbi and Frank. That's a that's it. I like McKenny actually, and I'm gonna say this, but what I'm about to talk about right now is no guarantee that he comes in and becomes you can say the best decision this owners have ever made. The fact that he beat what's his name, Pep Guardiola and Mikel Arteta to winning the best manager in England, that's huge. And promoting Ipswich for two divisions in a row back to back, that's not easy. So chances are maybe the belief is that if given, if well equipped, that he could do a lot better. Houston, and I'm going to take us back. I know it's a risk. And am I concerned? I am seriously concerned. I'm not going to lie to you. I am seriously concerned because it's a risk. Because these guys, you could argue, they are unknown. Should I say? They're they are unknown quantity. I don't know if that's correct, but my point is this: they haven't done well at the highest level in terms of the Premier League. To be more specific, they have done they haven't achieved anything at that level, but that doesn't mean they cannot come in and do well. Remember the case of Pep Guardiola from Barcelona's B team to Barcelona's first team. Zinedine Zidane from Barcelona's B team to Barcelona's first team. So from Real Madrid's first team beating to Barcelona to Real Madrid's first team. So those things, yeah, the risk will always be there. But because of the risk, we can't just say for certain they're gonna fail. And for me, whatever decision they make, I'm there. I want to support my club, and that's all I can do. Because if I scream from now to tomorrow, it doesn't change anything. The link is in the group. DJ, you can come on. Let's see what else we have here. Good morning to you too, Jude, the CEO of Chelsea FC Jingles. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Let's see anything else we have here. Keep dropping the likes, understanding people. The likes do go a long way. And Matthew Lee Benjamin. Matthew Lee Benjamin is in the house. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Yes, people, like the damn video. My bro is back again. I hope you've been well. I hope the case is that you've been busy. DJ, the link is in the group already, please. You'll see it there. I keep dropping the likes, understanding people. The likes do go a long way. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Let's see what else we have here. And John Hand, hopefully Chelsea Football Club can win everything next season. Only time will tell. We need better players and manager like my brother JC. Okay, thank you. Your brother JC, I'm quite sure he's watching. It's a Sunday. If he's not in church, he probably saw that and would like to join soon. Igben, Tekevre, nice to see you. That sounds, should I say Calabar name or BB? I don't know. Okay, I'm okay. Just speaking to. Okay, let's see what else we have here. No Amorim, no Xavi. The short list of Chelsea's new head coach will be Roberto. It will not be Roberto De Zerbi. He's been ruled out. Everyone inside the club, including the players, have been informed. Forget about the other names. It's irrelevant. And David Ornstein is telling us it's not going to be Roberto De Zerbi. So I'm not sure what to believe right now. I've always said I'm going to wait to see what comes out once they're done, when they're through with the selection process. And whoever they select, I'm here to support my club. Ladies and gentlemen, please hit the like button and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. We have 25 likes and we are how many minutes into the show? We are, is that 19 minutes? 19 minutes into the show. That's a good sign. Let's see how soon we can get it to 100 likes. Let's see. Tony Stark saying, I'm not reading that, please. I'm here to host the show, but big up, bro. Nice to see you. I appreciate you. Mabas, my Iraqi bro, is saying, how do you feel about Chelsea's qualifying for the Conference League? I mean, if we can find a way to avoid it, I'd say do it. I don't know. I don't think it makes sense. If anything, I've heard that we'll end up spending more than we can gain from the competition, except if they garner more sponsors and and the sponsor, and you could say the prize money goes up. I'm not too sure. I didn't want us. I didn't want us to play in Europa League. I want us to play only in Champions League only. But it is what it is. Let's see how the owners handle it. I don't know if um, they can opt out. I'm not sure that's a possibility. Happy bank holiday. I don't know what that is. That's new to me. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go longer. Why is the owners puppet Mr. Matlaw whining that we won't accept the UEFA Conference League spot due to FFP issues with the new nonsense from the ownership? Houston, if they refuse it, if they have the right to refuse it, if it means they're not going to get into trouble, because it's just waste of money. Why playing it? Except if the prize money goes up or the participation money goes, then let's participate. Let him whine. He can whine all he wants. I want what's best for my club. And the owners, if they've done the calculation and feel like they don't need to participate because it's going to cause us more problems uh, um, than help us, then I say get out of it. It's as simple as that. Let's see. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Tango Rito is in the house. Let's hear what this bro has to say. Vida Blue, the 5% of voting for Thomas must be Arsenal fans. I don't think Chelsea fans like Thomas Frank. And I'm going to say that. Hi to you, to Tangarito. My guess yesterday about the fourth candidate is De Zerbi. But what's his name? David Onsen has told us that he's not on the list. They're not interested in him. But Tangarito, I hope you're doing well. Big up to you too, GFC Gavin. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Coach, that tweet was back in April. Let me look at the date again. Yeah, April 1st. So 4th. So you're correct. So thank you for that. Chelsea boy, thank you for correction. So that's wrong. Maybe the person is saying that that's still valid. I don't know. The person that shared it today saying that's still valid. But thank you for bringing it up. So Roberto De Zerbi could still be on the list, or maybe it's still on the list. Definitely, I don't know because I don't work for the club. And he was probably told that to protect interest because apparently his clause was already paid in secret. Yet we cannot hear about where he's going. Now, Fabrizio Romano explained that his clause is different now, given that he's left Brighton. If he was still at Brighton, then it'd be a lot more. But because he's left Brighton, it's a lot less now, less than 10 million, pounds. We're being told, so I'm not too sure what it's going to be. Just give me a second here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along. Well, I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Let's see, Vic is in the house. He says a 50-50 chance is not a positive position for a club like Chelsea when making organizational decisions. The odds are to be better. The odds actually, it's my opinion, and I'm quite sure you know that. That's just me. My belief is that it's 50-50. It could turn out to be the best decision they've ever made. It could turn out to be the worst. In my opinion, that's just me. I'm not saying certainly that's going to be the case. Let's see. All right, I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, and then I'll try to get your subsequent contributions there. But I'm going to say hello to a few people. I felt like Chelsea are just giving those information out there, but they are secretly working to sign a good coach. I think Amorim. Okay, Amorim is a good coach, but I think who is the best coach for Chelsea? MK, who's that? Let's see what else we have here. McKenna, you mean? Okay, we'll probably want to keep Omari Hutchinson in the squad. Yeah, and I hope Omari Hutchinson probably will be praying for McKenna to get the job. CAA Mafia, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I think I've said hello to everybody there, and who haven't I said hello to? O'Connor, I've read one of your comments there. Let's see. Whether it's RDZ or Amorim or whoever, he would want to come control. Would want some control after some time, and they will eventually fall out. This model and these owners are absolute bonkers and will never work. Okay, we'll find out. Only time will tell. It's as simple as that. Our honest propaganda manipulation is world class. Wow. Like I said, I'm not going to read everything. IB, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, coach. What is most disappointing is that every key decision organization structurally talent wise is from Brighton, so we cannot attract any talent across top clubs except from Brighton. Wow, some question right there. Do you guys on his release clause? That may well be it. Yeah, maybe we'll tell them if you want to become our manager, we're not paying that, so you have to find a way to leave. The annoying thing is these guys owners know who the next coach are. They know. I would or coming or CFC not going for IDZ. I thought you were going to talk about Cappuccino again, Brighton Orleans, and I think this is old. So chances are he's still coming. And please go check out CFC Chelsea FC Jingles YouTube channel. Let's help him grow as soon as possible. The link is there in the comment section. Sanchez must
Kachilla.
be. Yeah, I'm coming. I'll come to you. I know
Oh,
you.
bro, you can hear me. I didn't know I was working. I didn't know I was working. That's why, bro. I was having issues with it
Okay.
earlier. But thank you.
Okay, I
Sorry.
can hear you, bro. Don't worry, I'll bring you on in a bit so that you can spit the fire that you have in your in your mind. Yeah, DJ, go ahead. Let's hear you. What do you want to say? Are you
Okay,
there?
can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me,
Yeah, yeah,
brother?
yeah. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no, listen, mate. I've said it already, man. I mean, this list that he's narrowed it down to. I'm not very happy with the list. I'm not going to. I'll be real with you. Listen, I'm not going to knock McKenna as a coach. I think what he's done at Ipswich is wonders. But is he up to the levels of coming to Chelsea and taking us up to another level? My understanding with McKenna is he's waiting to hear what the Manchester United job situation is going to be like before making the decisions. I think that's the job he wants. And again,
And
you know,
some
we
are
talk.
saying he's waiting for Chelsea. He wants the Chelsea job too.
Yeah, either one of them. But I think the reason why I said about the Manchester United job is because obviously he came from United originally. I think under when Jose was the manager there, he was part of the coaching staff there then. And I think I think the United job is probably the one he'll go for. I'm not saying he won't take the Chelsea job because he probably will end up doing that if he was to become the manager. I just
Mhm.
think this is another situation again, Coachella, where yeah, you're right. A lot of us fans want someone that's going to come in with experience, someone who's going to take this club, these players to another level and where we need to be. And I just think that, a manager of McKenna and this other guy that's been mentioned from Leicester, I don't think these are the guys. I really don't think so. I mean, there's mention of De Zerbi. I mean, there's still a possibility that he could become the manager, but the fact that they've gone and ruled out Amorim, they've gone and ruled out Xavi is a bit of a surprise to me because if
Xavi
everyone
was
remember,
never on the list. Remember,
no,
he was
yeah,
still a Barcelona's
or been
manager when we
mentioned.
started looking.
Yeah, or been mentioned. And I think the other thing with
Yeah.
Amarin is if everyone remembers, if everyone goes back, if I go back to last year, he was the first guy that they wanted over Pochettino. He was a very strong candidate then, and they really liked they liked his football. They even had the chance to go and see him, interview him, and everything, and liked what he does, how he plays the game. All right, and that's why I'm a bit surprised they've ruled him out of this time round. And again, the manager they're going to bring in, we're talking about a first division manager that has just got Ipswich promoted to the Premiership. Okay, now I think personally, even though he's got them promoted. I think the Chelsea job is going to be a bit too high for him. And if I was him, just for his own coaching career, stick with where you're at. Stick where you're at and try and deal it out with Ipswich for one season in the Premiership, and then go to the next level. There's also talk of Brighton that want him as well. Okay, so there I say look at him. I think they're probably more his standards of football clubs, and I'm not saying he's a bad manager. I just don't think he's up to the level of a Chelsea or even a Manchester United job. But that's just me and my opinion. I know others will probably say differently to me. I just think we can have a better manager, and I can just see him coming in. I think it can be another Graham Potter situation, and the guy might even be out before Christmas. So, do we really want to go down this avenue again of sacking another manager, paying out the money as they're going to be doing again, and put us in the red again because it goes against our figures? Or do you just go and try and bring someone in here who you think is going to come in a winner, who's actually a bit of a winner, has won trophies, knows how to play the game, well, and someone, this is why I keep saying, and someone like an Amorim coming in is that kind of guy that can come and do that. But obviously, they're not going to. Obviously, the talks are coming out that he's not even on that list anymore. So it looks like, from what I'm seeing, it's going to be De Zerbi, I think, to be honest with you, Cuchilla. That's just my honest take on it. I think it's going to be
Yeah,
De
it looks
Zerbi.
like it's going to be him. So thank you for, was it Chelsea Blue confirming that tweet from David Onsen was in April. So the landscape of things, you can say the landscape have changed of Chelsea's pursuit of new manager has definitely changed. It looks like De Zerbi may well end up being the guy. McKenna still in the race. They've interviewed what's his name, Maresca. Those you can say I get it, and as I've said before, I think the biggest problem is that these guys they haven't achieved anything at the highest level, and that's a concern for all of us. But I agree, and I know you agree that certainly that doesn't mean that that's it, that we're done. But if they hire someone who's been there, seen it all and done it all, then we can go into the coming season with confidence that those people will win something for us. I'm not giving up on my club. I'm concerned. I'm seriously concerned that those managers we're looking at, none of them have achieved anything at the highest level. But at the same time, I understand that's a first for everything. It could be the worst decision they've ever made. It could end up being the best decision they've ever made. And Jude, I will come to you in a bit. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Is it me? I think my mic, could be breaking up, and I'm not sure why. My internet connection, the signal looks okay, but we're still working on the new system to get it to be flawless. DJ finally turned on his camera, and that was a beautiful picture there. He's always turned on his camera in most cases, but he's at work. Is he still breaking up? I'm not sure. Is my mic still breaking up, DJ, if you can hear me?
No, bro, I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Maybe it has fixed. I don't think the search of a manager is limited to just that list. Maybe that may well be the case, but we'll find out in a bit. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Okay, you're pretty sure it's my mic. I thought you're on my side. Yeah, how are you? Let's see. Big up to you too. Hey, Suleiman. I hope you're doing well. DJ, were you saying something?
No, brother, I thought you were saying, I thought you were on my side. I think what you're talking about, your mic.
Well,
I'm on your side. Yeah, your mic's fine, bro.
Everyone I thought would be on my side always turned against me. I take Xavi over all these options. I wouldn't. Xavi tactically has a lot of question marks. Why do you think Barcelona are letting him go? He will get us to play as a unit and play good football, and fans will enjoy it. But when it matters, he'll still falter. He's the guy I think can cope with the pressure of being at Chelsea, deal with a serious injury crisis, work with supposedly limited resources. Wow. De Zerbi also can do that, according to what we're hearing. But AB, nice to see you. All of you in the chat, I appreciate you all. Much love to you. Let me see. That unsent tweet is out. Yeah, thank you for correcting that. That's why we work together here, and I appreciate that. Let's see how they keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. All three are average managers with whom we might not win anything and max top 4, top 6. But with Thomas Frank, we will fight relegation. But here's the thing, we have to say this again. The odds and just leaning towards us making a mistake, the odds could turn out to be the best decision we've ever made. It happens. It's a first for everything. And that's the only thing that gives me hope. And look at Bayern. Going for Vincent Company, you can argue, I get it, he was ill-equipped at Burnley. Look at him. He relegated them and got the Bayern Munich job, irrespective of the fact that Bayern wanted a host of other managers, one from the elites, and none of them agreed to come. Hansi Flick bent on joining Barcelona. Thomas Tuchel, they had subsequent conversations to try to get him to stay, but probably he was mad already that he was open, that he was going to leave at the end of the season. So they didn't come to an agreement, and he had to leave. I suspected De Zerbi. Last season, before Pochettino was hired, we were linked with many uncommon names. Which made Pochettino seem the better when you compare them, the lesser of the evil, if that's the language, maybe a much simpler language. I wouldn't care if Poch was a world-class manager, but he's not. McKenna has potential to be world-class, and chances are, if you give him a team like Chelsea, he surprises a lot of people. That's a first for everything. But the truth remains, we're not used to. You can say given managers opportunity, given you can say managers that aren't elite or maybe established, we're not used to giving them opportunities. We're used to going for managers that's been there, done that. The case of Di Matteo was by accident. We just had to have someone come in and continue with the team till the end of the season. And then the plan at the time was for him to finish the season and we'll hire another manager. And boom, he did what he did for us. So you never know. It's just everywhere. So I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. I can't get everything you have in the chat, but I'll try to get that of the OGs. There are some important personalities here. Like Xavi doesn't have a lot of tactical problems. It's more of a management issues. He's not a man manager. That's still an issue. If that's how you see. For me, I think tactically, yeah, he'd struggle in the Premier League too. Remember when someone on the chat said that I have Rafinha and Spill dive. That was Josh. It was Josh that said that. Pep said Roberto De Zerbi is the right manager to replace him when he leaves Man City. I think he can replace Poch. Did he really say that? I don't remember that really. I don't remember that, but that's, by the way, Rich Money Makers. Rich Money Makers, I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. I don't want De Zerbi, and De Zerbi isn't yes man, and Win Stanley needs to be sacked. Here's the thing, chances that it be De Zerbi.
Agreed with that being sacked, though.
You think it's going to be him definitely?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I agree. I agree with the comment that just came on there from big up to Richie. Is it Rich Moneymakers?
Yeah, he's not a yes man. Yep.
No, he's not a yes man. But I agree with the other point. Win Stanley should be sacked. I mean, he's probably the worst guy, probably the worst coach, the worst director, or one of the ones that we've got on that thing that is that's going and hiring all these guys, along with obviously Stuart Little, as I call him. Yeah. He's probably the only two, that I think those two are the ones that are causing all the problems, and they're the ones that threw Poch under the bus. Let's be real here. I think that when push came to shove, they shoved him under the bus. So I don't trust their judgment, to be honest with you. I think De Zerbi, look, out of that list, I have to say, De Zerbi probably is the experienced one that's done in the Premiership, and I don't really want him either. But if you were to ask me to boil it down to the other managers on that list. Okay, I think McKenna's a good and upcoming manager. I just think De Zerbi probably has a bit more experience than him in the Premiership. That's my point there, but doesn't mean I want De Zerbi. Amrin's my first choice, bro, as you know.
Yeah, go ahead with what you're saying.
I think Amrin's my first choice, as you always know. I've been saying it for a long time. I've been sounding out this guy.
Yeah. But let's see what happens. Jude, I'll come to you in a bit. Coach, don't be surprised. Buy and sack a company. I don't believe the hype. Here's the thing. Every manager faces some measure of risk of getting sacked. That's the thing. You don't own the club. For life, it's a job, so the possibility of getting sacked is there. We have FVB and Lampard, and opportunity. Yeah, it happens. Opportunity carries a huge risk. That's the truth. But let's see what happens. It's a first for everything. I am seriously concerned, but all I can do is support my club. Hey, Suleiman, thank you for becoming a member of the community. Sincerely do appreciate you. I cannot thank you enough. You're an OG here. It took you time, but you realize, you know what? I like this channel, and we thank you. Welcome. Feel at home. Express yourself. All we ask of you just to keep it civil. Italian managers at Chelsea, European success. Yeah, there's a pattern to that. Carlo Ancelotti, what's his name? Antonio Conte, Mauricio Sarri. There's also the one that won us the first Champions League. And then also, I know he didn't win us. Did he win us any trophy? The man that won Premier League with Leicester City. What's his name? The Tinkerman.
Claudio Ranieri.
Yeah, but he did well at Chelsea, but didn't win us trophies. The Italian managers, we've been lucky with them. I have to be honest. Even what's his name? Was it Vieri? That passed away recently.
Yes, the Viali FA Cup, wasn't it?
He won us FA Cup. Yeah. So we have luck with Italian managers. Go ahead. Were you saying something? All right. Let's hear you. If you're there, Jude, the CEO of Chelsea FC Jingles. Let's hear you. Your thoughts on everything you've heard us talk about before we start addressing the items we have lined up. I want to hear from you, bro.
Big up to you, brother.
You're still on mute. You're still on mute, Sam. I'm gonna wait to mute yourself. Amorim, my content wanted, but Winstanley though wants he wants something different. Okay, thank you for that information right there. Jude, I'll wait for you. If you're on mute, then you can start speaking. You're still on mute.
I can hear you.
It says, Coach Chi, you
Yeah.
seem like we're sacking at a higher rate than in the Roman era. What's the time? What's the what's the timeline, Grace, for next Gaffer after losing 5 games or end of the season? In all honesty, my bro, well, I don't know. I have to be honest with you, and I think we cannot be when things aren't working out in business. You don't for the sake of the fact that you've fired the previous employee, not fire the current one if it's not doing well. It is being downright, you can say, downright being sentimental, and your business will crash. So sometimes you put aside sentiments, what people think, and make decisions that you think will be right for the organization. So it
Okay.
doesn't matter if they fire 10 managers in 1 month. You just have to do the right thing. Jude, let's hear you if you're there.
Can you hear me now, Coach?
Yeah, crystal clear, bro.
Oh, I'm surprised.
How's your
I'm
newborn
surprised.
doing?
DJ was hearing me, and you are not hearing me. So I realized that I had to do that. You have to mute unmute twice, different places. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, Coach. Good morning,
Good morning
DJ.
to you, brother.
Once again, yeah.
Good morning, bro.
So
Good morning.
yeah. Well, it's so sad how everything is going. All these names we have, they are just potential coaches, and we are hoping to grow with potential managers. Where that's how low we've come, and then we have to try to grow up from there. But in response to what DJ said about sacking Winstanley, yeah, it's true. But I think the main problem in that club is Egbali. Egbali is the main problem. He is the one that overrides most things, and like I think he's the one that really wants the yes sir, yes Martin, and so if you can't do that, you are not his friend. The only reason why I think I would want to consider the Brighton coach De Zerbi is because he's not a yes man, and if he's not a yes man, hopefully if he's doing well, they might not be able to sack him for not collaborating, because collaboration in some cases also boils down to yes sir, yes man. So he wouldn't take nonsense to an extent, but I'm not too sure of his man management ability. And it is actually true that Pep Guardiola indirectly said he's the right person to replace him. Yeah, he said it. It was in a press conference, a post-match press conference, where they asked him his
You do
view.
know Pep is full of it, right? When talking about opposition managers,
Yeah, but he didn't have to
you,
go
you,
that
okay, you,
far. I,
you
I,
believe
I
there's
I
some
understand. I know he
truth
played
to
mind
that.
games. He played mind games, but he didn't have to go that far on De Zerbi. I don't know why he went that far, because he speaks about other managers too. He talked about Chelsea as the most difficult team to play with. We thought he was actually lying until he played a 1-1 draw, another 4-4 draw again, and then he felt a bit justified. Even when we thought Chelsea couldn't even hold him down to a draw. So I think now we should focus on the way forward. Well, like I said, if we can even get ourselves in the top four for now, my mind is not on winning trophies right now. We need to get ourselves in top four, and then even this, I wanted to call it community conference league we are going for. If it's possible to just send our academy team to go and play that tournament, because it's not what we put in all our resources onto it, because at the end of the day, what it will cost us to play that tournament is more than what we would gain playing it, even if we win the trophy. So, and I don't think it's worth it. We risking our players of injuries and all that. So I learned Juvie opted out. If there's a way to opt out, honestly, to me, that's not. is not an achievement because we need to focus on top four. That's what we need. That's where we need to get back to.
Yeah,
As
just quickly, 1 second. Supreme Court, I think you're taking this too far. Nobody said anything to the extent that you can categorize it as being nationalists. No, we're just saying we've been lucky with Italian managers, and if you remove Ancelotti and Conte, what's his name? The guy that won us the first Champions League. What did he win? He before before becoming manager at Chelsea. Vieri, what did he win? Before becoming manager at Chelsea. So please, let's be careful with the language we use here. We don't do that here. And I think you're taking it a bit too far for saying we don't have to be nationalists here. The language is probably too strong. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jude.
okay, so like I was saying, I don't think that tournament really deserves all our energy. If it's possible to send our academy boys there to go have fun while we focus on top four, because I can't imagine we going to have a player getting ACL on Conference League. God forbid, though. When we have top four, I think that top four is what we should focus on. Actually, the best way is to fight for the Premier League and maybe end somewhere within top four, because it looks like we're fighting for top six, and then we ended up within that limit. So that should be our focus for us to restore ourselves back to dignity. Because it will get to a point now, it will be difficult to attract good players, even if it's young ones, if we are not in Europe. And then sponsorship now. Imagine Jordan is pulling out because they are not very impressed. They are holding back. So Infinite Athlete is trying to cajole us to say, okay, I don't know if you saw their first tweet they tweeted and they deleted it, where it looked like they were bidding us farewell and appreciating us for the opportunity to be on our
Yeah.
shirt. Yeah, and then they wrote another one again, like they want to continue. So at least, thank God we have somebody who is willing to continue in case we don't get any new person. So that's how bad it is. We used to be that brand that people pay top money to come on, but now nobody wants to come on if you're not in Europe. And if Conference League was proper Europe, I think Jordan wouldn't be they won't be pulling back. So we need to get that coach quickly. For me, I don't even like any name on the list. It feels very unfortunate for me. That's why I'm so.
But what can one do? We just have to
Yeah,
support that
I
club.
understand. I understand. Yeah, I understand. So let them appoint whoever they want to appoint. Let them save us that stress of permutation, and let them appoint whether they want to appoint, and let's know where we are going from there. Because the McKenna, the all of them. These guys we shouldn't be mentioning them with Chelsea at this point, but it's unfortunate. I don't know what our owners are thinking. I actually think if they want to go the way of younger coaches, they can still do better. There are younger coaches that are doing well. If people just say, "Oh, Xabi Alonso doesn't want to come to Chelsea," if they wanted somebody like him and they convince him, he could, but no attempt was made. This man is still this man from France who won the World Cup. What's his name? The Real Madrid man. He's still sitting down there unemployed. As far as I'm concerned, he's not old too. I think he's in his early 40s or so.
Zinedine
Zidane,
Zidane.
yeah, yeah, that's a very good baller. He's still there unemployed. So there are people, but then if they want to go that route, I don't
Just
understand what they're doing.
let me tell you something quickly.
Yeah.
Zidane wouldn't want to risk coaching a club that doesn't have the level of players he had at Madrid at the time. I don't think he would want it. And I still doubt Zidane's capabilities as a manager, given the players he had at the time, until he tries himself again at maybe at a club that didn't have the sort of players he had at Madrid at the time. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, and I think he himself doubts himself because I'm wondering why it's taking him so long. Some people said he was waiting for the French job, and then the same guy Didier got his contract renewed. So I don't know how long he wants to keep waiting for the French job, but then um, I just can't wait to see them finalize who the coach will be. let's start our preseason. Let's start planning for our preseason. Let's start planning ahead. Let whoever they want to sign, bring the person to the team quickly. Let the person join us for preseason. Don't bring like you brought some players like Caicedo when this season has already started, and then Caicedo had to struggle before he was able to now start fitting in. Let's avoid things like that. Let everybody come in and do all their flops in preseason, and let's know where they need help, because we need to be serious for next season. It's a time of low morale for me as a Chelsea fan, seeing those candidates. But like you always say, that is not to condemn them outrightly. It might end up being the best decision, but then it looks like a very high risk, which everything is a risk anyway. But then, yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
yes, and every manager carries some measure of risk, whether the elite, established, or whatever term you want to use for them. Um, they all carry some measure of risk. When you hire an elite manager, established manager, or manager just wanted uh, here or there or anywhere, then people will be a bit more confident going into the new season. I'm going to come back with another question for you and DJ. Well, just give me a few seconds. Let's give those in the chat the microphone. That's how we operate here. A lot of comments are there saying Win Stanley loves the Arsenal project and they want a young manager to build up our youngsters. Heston, whatever decision they make, I can only hope and pray that my club does well. This narrative that we are firing more than Roman is false. They hired two managers, Poch and Potter and Pochettino. Yep, two. Yep, the others were just interim. The what's the guy that took over from Potter that also decided to leave? He probably out of his loyalty to his boss, Potter at the time, he decided to leave. Everything else was either already there or caretaker. Yeah, good one there, El Suleiman. I appreciate that. Chelsea is just giving names out. Those coaches there, but none of the listed coaches. Chelsea was signed just as we did with Elise and ended up signing Kopama. We'll find out. Smoke screen is the language you're looking for, but we'll find out. De Zerbi was sacked at Brighton because he wanted experienced players. I don't work for Brighton. That may well have been the case. And I've seen somebody say in the chat that he deliberately started a feud with Tony Bloom so that he gets fired, which in turn leads to him having a lower clause. So what's it called? What's the term for it? I can't quite remember. But that's, by the way, Rich Money Makers have said hello to you. I said Arsenal not winning the league will stop the stupidity. I don't think we're looking at Arsenal's project. I don't think we're looking at that project. I think we're doing our own thing and hoping it works. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. De Zerbi, I have questions, but I think he's the more experienced. And he has Premier League experience, and the others don't. Pep also said we needed to give Potter time. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. There may be some truth about with regards to what he said about Mauricio Pochettino and the crop of players we have and the manager. In my opinion, I'd say actually he was talking about the crop of players we have and not necessarily the manager. Pep is full of it. You should see him. Yeah.
Kachilla, bro, just one thing on what you're just saying there about Pep. You're 100% right. Do you know why, brother? Because ask yourself one question. Did he ever once talk about Thomas Tuchel when he was our manager?
No.
And the reason why he never talked about him because he knows he was a danger to he was a danger to Chelsea, stopping them from winning the Premiership. When he talks about managers such as De Zerbi, Potter, he knows they're going to be nothing to him. Basically, they're more or less managers that he thinks, they're not going to challenge us. But when he doesn't talk about a manager, i.e., I say Thomas Tuchel, he knew that Thomas Tuchel was a guy that could be one guy that could stop him from winning the Premiership. That's why he never talked about Thomas Tuchel as much. So this is what people have got to remember. It's I always say to things is whenever you hear a manager talking about a manager, it means a top class manager like a Pep talking about another manager. It means he doesn't really rate that manager, right? But when he talks about a manager when he doesn't talk about any manager, meaning like a Thomas Tuchel, even I don't think he even talk.
Even Conte didn't talk about that Conte that much.
Only yesterday
about Conte was that he's learning a lot from Conte's team.
Yeah, and yesterday when Manchester United won the FA Cup, he talked about Eric Ten Hag. Okay, so he obviously doesn't rate Ten Hag because he probably thinks Ten Hag is not going to be a danger to me next season. So when he talks about these managers, it means more or less he doesn't really rate them. And so that's how I look at it. I always look at the opposite of whatever a person says or whatever they mean, because it always means something completely different. And going back to this list that we're talking about again, Pucci, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm
No,
thinking
no,
it this way,
go ahead,
right?
bro.
If
DJ, you
these
can
guys,
always comment. And by the way,
if
your camera
oh,
is delicious. So if you
oh,
can
sorry,
leave.
brother,
Oh
I'll
yeah,
come
there
back.
you go.
Yeah,
The camera
yeah.
is
Sorry,
beautiful. Go
brother.
ahead.
Yeah,
Go
as
ahead.
I was saying, in terms of this, in terms of these lists we've been given this list, right?
Mm,
Why has there been no statement from the football club about the manager coming in? Because by now, if these guys that have been on this list that they want to bring into the football club, by now,
mm.
statement would have come out saying they're our manager. Because if you think about it, this is the De Zerbi chat started on Friday. The strong links to De Zerbi started on Friday, right? And there was talk coming out of him saying he was apparently waiting in the London hotel, waiting for it was apparently in London in the hotel waiting for talks or something like that, or waiting around for something or another. I think he was waiting for the Chelsea talks to happen. Now, how I look at it, if they've done these talks with him, he would have been announced as their manager by now. But they've not announced him yet, which is telling me one thing. They've not announced McKenna yet. They've not announced this Ernesto guy from Leicester, which is telling me there could be another candidate that they actually could be looking at. And people have been talking about the Portuguese Cup final tonight. That a comment, they're saying that there's a possibility that a statement will come out after the Portuguese Cup final. So this is one of the reasons why I'm not ruling out Amorim, or I'm not even ruling out Constantao from Porto either from this list, because they've been mentioned the last couple of days as well with other
So you're
reporters.
still hopeful that Amorim could still be on the list?
He could well still be, brother. I'm not saying it's 100% going to happen. I'm not going to say that at all. So don't come at me, Chelsea fans in the chat saying, "Oh, it's not going to happen."
No,
I
they've
100%
heard
might
you.
not happen.
They've heard you.
But
They
what I'm
will
saying,
come at you.
what I'm basically saying is because he hasn't been mentioned, because he's not been mentioned, and he's not on that list or whatever. And there's a lot of talk was coming out yesterday that a decision is going to be made after the Portuguese Cup final. So I don't know what that means. Does that mean they're waiting on the two managers that are playing in this cup final tonight? Or are they, or are they going to actually make a decision after the cup final? And we all know it's going to be De Zerbi who's going to be our next manager. We don't know, because I'm looking at it this way: that surely by now a club statement would have come out saying we already know who our manager is.
It's not that simple
That's what
to
I'm looking
figure
at.
out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess so.
I'll come
Okay.
back to you in a bit, bro. Your camera is delicious, man. Honestly, I like it. Sierra Mafia, our owners never fully trusted Poch. That's why they gave him a 2-year contract. I believe the Zervi gets a minimum 3. We've heard that. There are some. I think I saw that on your. I saw that on your X wall, and I wanted to retweet it, but I don't know why people are not able to retweet whatever you share, saying that they've already given him a 3-year contract, 3+1 contract. I don't know, but we'll find out. Let's see what happens. Chances are everything we're seeing out there are just all smoke screens. The Zervi, another Poch like appointment, we have to try something different. But that we're not saying for certain it's going to be the Zervi. We did say. I think what's his name? Fabrizio Romano did say we should all pay attention to Enzo Maresca. That he's had conversations with Chelsea, something to that effect. Listen, there's a risk there. And DJ, the question I want to ask you, and I want to get your honest opinion. And after you answer that question, I think we should go to addressing some of the items we have lined up here.
Go for
The
it.
question I want to ask you is this:
Yeah.
I know you're concerned, and I'd be lying if I say I'm not concerned. And after all, I was telling a lot of people that I'm quite sure that if they fire Pochettino, they'd go for an elite manager, because it would be a huge risk to hire a manager, that hire a non-elite manager, given that that would compound the risks that we're facing right now, or the issues we're having right now. You know deep down that it could turn out to be the best decision they've ever made, but it could also turn out to be the worst. But you're just concerned that you don't want to go into the season with that, knowing that yeah, it could go either way. But let's hear you.
Yeah.
Do you have any measure of hope that things it could turn out to be the best decision they've ever made? Because in all honesty, no matter what anybody thinks, Pochettino did his best, but I think there's a lot he could have done differently. But let's hear you.
Well, listen, Kachila, I think anyone that knows me, and I think you know me 100%, and everyone else, Bobby, everyone that knows me that have come on this stream, I've always said it from the very beginning that I've never trusted in these owners, and I never will trust them, okay? Because I know they're not the kind of guys that are going to make the right decisions. All they care about is profit and sustainability. That's all they care about, nothing more than else. So they don't care what manager comes in. We're no longer that to them. We used to be an elite club here that every manager would come to. And even though they know they're going to be sacked, But you always know these managers that were going to come to Chelsea were always going to be one elite, and they're going to win something, and they'll go away in the wilderness or over in the sunset, as they always do, right? But this time around, these guys are saying they want to change our model, right? So the model is that they brought in this rule of signing players that are under 25s, okay? They're going for managers that are not Chelsea levels. And I'm saying that about Graham Potter. He was never a Chelsea level manager. I don't know why they went for him. And I'm going to say the same thing about McKenna. And I'm going to say the same thing about this Ernesto dude who's coming in from Leicester. They are not Chelsea levels. And if they really care about what the fans want, they would actually say to themselves, let's not make this mistake again and bring in like another Potter type guy that the fans are not going to like. Because I think every fan on this, in the comments, I know there are some that are off for McKenna if he was to be the choice. Listen, I'm not doubting this guy's ability as a manager. I just don't think the Chelsea job is for him right now. And for his own career, I don't think it's wise for him to come to Chelsea because we're just going to ruin him as a manager. That's what we do with these kind of upcoming managers. We ruin them, right? And we're going to ruin this guy who I think has got high potential, high ceiling to go on to become a very good manager down the line, other levels again, but maybe take the Chelsea job maybe down the lines if he wants the Chelsea job still, but not now. Don't come to Chelsea now in this situation that we're in at this moment in time. What you need now is stability. We need a manager that these players are going to play into. Because if you bring a McKenna to this football club, the players are going to look at him and say, who the hell are you? Yeah, what have you won? You've won nothing. Yeah, and don't forget, we still got players at Chelsea, at our club, that have actually won World Cups, won Champions Leagues, and they're going to look at McKenna, they're going to say, what have you won? You've won nothing. Yeah, so these owners have got to, this time around, they've got to get it right. Do I believe they're going to get it right? The proof's in the pudding, mate. I'll only believe in these owners if I think they're going to be, the next appointment they make is going to be a guy that I feel, and I said it already, okay, because let's be real here. We're not going to get Tuchel. We're not going to get Flick. These are the kind of managers I'd be looking at. Yeah, but they're not going. These are all the elite gaffers that we're not going to get. So then I look at the next ones after that that have won things. This is why I keep mentioning Amorim, Constantine from Porto, because these guys have actually won trophies. In fact, correct me wrong if I'm wrong here. There was a tweet that went around the other day saying that Amorim has actually got a better record than Jose Mourinho before he came on the scene, and he's got a better record than he has in terms of winning things.
Of all the managers we've been linked with right now, he's got the better winning percentage. I think he's at 75%. Others, I think the closest to him was I think 68. I can't quite remember, but he has better winning record and points per game.
That's what I'm talking about.
Others. But go ahead with what you were saying.
Yeah, basically what I'm saying is when I say better than Jose, I don't mean no, because Jose won us a change. Let's be real here. Jose was the elitist gaffer ever, the best manager we've ever had at our football club, and I really hope we'd ever bring him back because he was the best ever manager we had for me, right? Along with others that are out there. But in terms of the Portuguese league itself, I think when the record went around the other day saying that he's actually, I think they're doing the stats on Jose, him, Amorim. I think what's his name was in there as well. The other Chelsea manager we brought in that took over from him. He's mentioned in the list earlier on. Jose's number 2 that came from Porto with him, and also Constant Cow.
You're talking about
AVB. He actually's got a better winning percentage record in terms of when they started out as managers. All right, on there is Amorim. So this is why I keep thinking, right? And when these owners were saying in the very beginning that they were looking at Amorim before Pochettino, what has changed? The guy has gone on to win cups, win Portuguese league titles. Okay, it's a Portuguese league. People can say it's a different ball game in the Premiership to what it is in the. It doesn't matter. Jose won the Champions League. He won the Portuguese titles. He won the cups, and he still came and done at Chelsea and done what a job. We all know what he's done at Chelsea. So this is why I keep saying a manager of Amorim's caliber is just the kind of guy I think who's better than De Zerbi, better than the managers that are mentioned in this list at this moment in time. And these are the guys we should be looking at as the next manager. I just don't trust the list that we've got. And as I keep saying it, Kachilla, right? I am worried because I think this next manager coming in, if it's the former Leicester manager that's going to be coming in, or if it's even McKenna, if these guys have a bad start to the season, bro, right? We all know what's going to happen. It's going to get to it's going to get to that point in Christmas time where the fans are going to want him out. The fans are going to get restless, okay? And he'll be sacked by Christmas. And then what they're going to go and do? Go for their 5th manager in the season again. They start it all over again. This is why I feel they should bring the right manager in now, get the players that okay, fair enough, they're not going to have the players that they want, but bring in the players that this guy will be having to manage, right? That he'll be happy to manage these players. This is why I keep saying you need to get it right now. So at the start of the season, right, we know what we're doing, we know who the manager is, the players that are coming in, and then we can go from there. But at this moment in time, I'm worried. Until this appointment is made, my worry is that the managers that have been linked on this shortlist are not going to be the guys that we need at this football club, mate. I really don't think it is.
Let's say you finish well, DJ. Irrespective of who they hire, you will still be a Chelsea fan.
Of course, brother. I'm a Chelsea passionate. Everyone knows me. Everyone that knows me. I've been a fan since the 80s and a season ticket holder since the 90s. So at the end of the day, I follow my club. Everyone knows that. Everyone that knows me for a long time.
I was thinking maybe you were going to go on loan if they
never.
falter,
Listen, bro. I support my crest. I support my badge, brother. I support my club, the community of that football club. We, as a community that was built by all the Chelsea back in the day. Everyone knows, like every football club is built from a community. And I'm never going to leave from that. That's my club for life, regardless of who these idiot owners are. It's not going to stop me from supporting my football club. It's just these owners I want out, to be honest with you. They don't get things right. Simple as that.
Yeah. And I'm going to take the microphone back to those in the channel. I'm going to say this quickly. I have 170 comments that I haven't read. I can't read all of them. You already know that. I will go through a few. More importantly, I'll be looking for people in the chat that I haven't said hello to, and then I'll scroll to the very bottom. Appreciate you all your comments. Rich Moneymaker saying very good point, DJ, and Pep only talks about managers when he doesn't fear them. Yep. Fact, DJ, Pep wanted us to keep Potter. Yeah, don't trust a word he says, and that's what I'm saying. He's full of it. In most cases, he's seriously full of it. And sometimes he finds a way to talk you into doing something he knows if you do against them, they're going to smoke you. That's not to say that everything he says during his presses are all lies, but that's just my opinion. They're getting De Zerbi. We'll find out in a few hours or maybe a few days. I don't know. It's everywhere. I'm not too certain when that comes out. Tuchel never had us close to winning a league. He's a knockout tournament manager. Even I'll take that anytime, any day. Win the Champions League with cups, he will still find a way to win the league. At PSG, he won the league, not just once. Correct me if I'm wrong. But keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go along with 71 likes. Let's try and get it to 100 likes as soon as possible. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show. And by the way, I forgot to do something. Apologies. The beautiful game. Big up to you, brother. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. I hope you are doing well. I'm going to scroll down. I can't see everything you have in the chat. And Kim, so back again. You told us you were looking for a girlfriend. I'm going to keep asking. You owe us that whenever you find one, you have to tell us. Maybe some of us are praying for you to find one. So you owe us that. The protest, if you're paying attention, if you want to be part of it, I don't preach about it here. It has since been canceled. Go check on Twitter. So, and we don't talk about it here. Let's see. Conference League, I'm okay, to be honest, but we better win it. Or maybe just to complete the set. Or maybe you can say use it to develop some of the young players we have. I mean, that would go a long way. Let me see anything else to address here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Okay, it doesn't matter what we have. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. I'm not a machine. I'm a human being. Apologies if I skip your comments. I'm going to try. Look, I know you're going to be here. I know you will come here to talk nonsense because you won the FA Cup, right? Okay. And I'm proud of you for the men's job, John Terry, to manage Chelsea women. Good options there. Who's that? But Nacho, enjoy. Congratulations to you. That's a bunch of
JT to manage the women's team, yeah?
Yeah.
I wonder why.
If not, honestly, all the names who have been RDZ the best. I think if you're being truthful, I think he's done better than some of those guys he's been linked with, but not Amorim. Amorim has done better than him because he's won trophies. At the highest level. Portuguese league isn't easy, irrespective of how you see it. But big up. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, and then I'll try the best I can to get your subsequent contributions in the chat. Everything goes back to the model. Pochettino shouldn't have been hired in the first place, and the same for Porter and all the coaches currently linked with the job. This model will set us back. I don't think that's the case. I think they've made the mistakes, and I'm going to keep preaching that they're going to take corrective measures, and I think we'll be all right. That's what I cannot tell you right now. As a free agent, I will take him. Nice suggestion. Let's see anything else here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. The whole world is changing. Okay, I'm not going to talk to you again. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Apologies, I've skipped past quite a lot. It doesn't matter. Apologies to the OGs in the chat. I just cannot get everything. It doesn't work like that. But I'll try my best to get subsequent contributions in the chat. And I don't like to turn on. I don't like to turn on slow mo. It doesn't help. And that's Steve Onoli, my bro. How you doing now? I did well. I cannot complain. But nice to see you. And I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. A blue board analysis, Jerry Z. I'll come to you in a bit, but I really do want to get a few of what we have lined up there before I come back to the chat. Just give me a few seconds here. Let me switch the window. I'll accommodate those that are on in this window already. One, you there, and the CEO of Chelsea FC Jingles is there right now. So I'm switching the window. I'm going to go to this one. I think this one will work better. Just give me a second here. Okay, I need this guy too. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to fix what we're seeing. Gosh. Okay. All right, let's read. Let's switch the window and read what we have here. This one says Chelsea striker Amanda Broya is on Monaco's list of strikers they would like to buy as Wissam Ben Yedda's replacement. Somebody talked about Ben Yedda there in the chat. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Amanda Broya, I thought he has a future at Chelsea, yeah, but otherwise, Chelsea will meet with Xavi Hernandez to evaluate the possibility of him becoming new head coach of Chelsea FC. I don't know Pedro. Is that Pedro GVA6? I don't know who that is. I don't know whether I trust this particular report. I'm going to try to breeze through all the things we have here so that we can come back talking about the manager vacancy at Chelsea. I don't know this source. Anybody there, if you're there, do you know this source? I don't. Not at all. The next item here talks about it went blank. Sorry about that. Oof. That's painful, really. So let me be sure the windows are ready. Let me do this and be sure the windows are ready before coming back to it. It's going to take a while. Yeah, okay, let me go back to it. Maybe it works in a bit. Just give me a second here. This is a particular window. So do this. Let's go back to it again. I want to go breeze through those things so we can get back to talking about the managers. Aston Villa offers Barkley a 3-year contract, a 3-year deal as they look to use a Champions League football to lure the midfield following superb season at Luton. He was brilliant for them. And look, he's done well for himself. And Fabrizio Romano saying that Enzo Maresca favors a Premier League over any other league, despite approaches from Sevilla. He already rejected that. He's waiting for Chelsea's decision after talks in recent days. A release clause is around 10 million euros after getting promoted. Leicester City also waiting for that to know if they've been looking for another manager or not. Maresca, not a bad option. I have concerns, but you have to actually take your time to pick the best of the lesser of the evil. One of the other Chelsea candidates is Roberto De Zerbi. That's according to Am Rahman Usman. I think I trust him. I followed him for a while now. Sources maintain they want to be thorough and will settle on the right man. You can say what the person they believe is the right man. And the breaking news, the final short list for Chelsea head coach job includes Roberto De Zerbi, Thomas Frank, Enzo Maresca, and Kieran McKenna. Chelsea fans hardly talk about Thomas Frank, which is a sign that they don't like him. And for me, I don't like him. And if you ask me why don't I like him as a manager, I just can't explain. It's just I don't know. Maybe because he's the coach of Brentford. Thomas Frank has had meetings with Chelsea also. According to Asia Bayern, I don't trust them that much. That's because they present their reports from a Bayern perspective. So I don't know why I should believe them. And this particular report here talks about Chelsea are ready to make £20 million bid of a Burnley goalkeeper and England hopeful James Trafford. I don't know him. I'm not going to talk about him that much. So the final one, I think that's just that. We're done with that. Let me come back to you. I think, Jerry, let's hear your opinion on the situation, where we're at, things you're hearing. Let's hear from your perspective. Then we'll get to Kishan soon once you're done speaking.
Hello, Coachella. Hello, DJ, Kishan, and everyone on the panel and the chat.
Big up, brother. Big up.
Beautiful Sunday afternoon here in the UK. So, as I joined the stream and as I was making my coffee, I was here listening to DJ, and I completely agree. It seems that everything that I had while I was going to bed last night is exactly what DJ said. So, so I won't take too much time. There are so many panelists. So, as I
Mhm.
have already said, my view aligned with DJ's vision. As much as I am a person of, like, you can say, change, innovation, understand that things evolve, but this is for me it's too much, you can say too a little too much for my liking, to take this drastic step. And we don't know if we are taking this step, like going for McKenna's and Enzo Maresca's of this world. So again, right, if this is the strategy to go for a young and upcoming potential manager who fits in the bill, who fits the framework and the profile, then why they didn't go for Nagelsmann last year? Please try to hear me out the case I'm trying to put. Why they didn't go for Nagelsmann last year? The
Wait,
best
wait, just
young.
quickly, DJ. Did we even interview Nagelsmann? I don't
Yeah, he
think we
turned us
did.
down. He turned us down.
Yeah,
He turned us
yeah,
down.
because
Yeah,
yeah,
he
because
pulled out and then
So, so, so if
he
you,
was saying the news came out
sir,
that
if you try
he didn't
to
want him.
hear me, I
He
will
was saying
put a case.
what
I
he
will
never
try
had
to
the opportunity
explain.
to get or something.
With all
Go
due
ahead, go
respect,
ahead.
I'm trying to explain, sir. I'm trying to explain. This is why this message is always stopped. I don't know for what reason. Who turned? Did we back out? Did he backed us out? There are two different school of thoughts. Nagelsmann camp say that they backed, and Chelsea said we were never interested. That's not important. But of
No,
course, we were
no.
linked. We were linked with him. We talked
he
to him
backed
a
out,
couple
bro.
of
Jerry,
times.
he backed out, bro. Because he backed out of it. It wasn't a
Sure,
Yeah,
Chelsea. He
it's a
backed
absolutely.
out.
fact. It's a fact. He backed out.
I know, I
Like,
know. I'm
He
still
wanted
trying
the
to.
job. He wanted the job, but he felt like probably he wasn't being respected enough because we
Chill
were
out.
busy interviewing other candidates
Let
and
me draw the
nothing.
point, which is
Yeah,
very
but go ahead
important.
with what you're saying.
It's irrelevant who backed out. It's irrelevant. The most important
Yeah,
thing
it's
is
irrelevant. We're just having a conversation. Nobody's saying
but
you're
you were
saying
making
anything
a
about.
point using that, so it was.
Yeah,
no.
go
My
ahead.
point is, I didn't even come to the point what I'm making. My point is that they didn't go for him for whatever reason. It didn't go through is because he, as a manager or coach, demanded whatever some of the stuff they want something. They want a manager who completely abide by them. They don't want a manager to have any kind of input. That's what I'm trying to say. That's why the deal with Nagelsmann didn't go through. The best young manager in the world, and I have already said it, I'll say that again, Ruben Amorim and Nagelsmann, these two will be the standout managers of the next decade. So we didn't go
Yeah.
for him, right? And they went for Pochettino because his reputation is amazing to be to work in the framework, in the environment. He is known in Southampton, Tottenham, to be an organizational people's person, who would never, ever, ever even turn the envelope or even try to push the boundaries. And when it happened, we see what transpired. So the point is, even if they're going for this profile, I don't have an issue. Then why they neglected Nagelsmann? And now it will be important, just to conclude, it will be very important to see what will happen. If Ruben Amorim is not picked, who is a 39 years old, promising, unbelievable talent, of course, it will require 90 minutes to talk on him, in-depth analysis, which is not the which we are not doing over here. Stand out candidate in that list, without a shadow of a doubt. If they don't go for him, I will sit here a person who is the person of patterns, who draw analysis based on the patterns, the series is would indicate very strongly to me that these kind of deals are not going through with these managers such as Nagelsmann, Ruben Amorim, because the owners want 100% authority and say, and they don't want the manager slash coach to have any kind of an input. That's my observation, and that's my.
I don't know where people get this from. Like you have to prove that you deserve to have a say at something, you know? Like you just can't have a bad season like we did this season with Poch and then be like, oh, let me get all the players that he wants. Like to me that doesn't make sense. You have
I
to
think
like
it's a
you
huge
have
risk,
to
but let's let
you
Jerry drop. Let him drop. Kishan. But go ahead, Jerry. Go ahead. You were still speaking.
No, I think I made the point. So I understand what Kishin is saying, and yes, of course, like it's not that all of a sudden. that you demand whenever the managers talk, like in the case of Nagelsmann. Fabrizio Romano, we know he was in the talks. They had a couple of conversation. It was almost through, if you know. We were all celebrating it's done, and then it backed out. And as you said, because I cannot say for sure, I do have a feeling that Nagelsmann backed out, and if he did, we can understand why. So just imagine if we
He
go for
did
McKenna,
back
with all due respect, if we go for McKenna, who can turn out to be a great manager, and we didn't go for Nagelsmann last year, does this make any kind of a business case a good situation not going for Nagelsmann if we
Wait,
want
what?
a
We won
young.
for Nagelsmann. He didn't
Ishmael,
want to
let him
come
drop. Ishmael, let
here.
him drop. You get to
But it's
speak
not
again.
factual. We won
No,
for
if you
the
want to talk about
guy.
Nagelsmann, we need to
Ishmael,
have a
let him
one.
drop. Let him drop.
We,
Go ahead. Go
we
ahead.
need
Go
to
ahead. Go
have
ahead.
a 1 hour show. Nagelsmann is this outstanding manager. No one can doubt that. Unbelievable young coach who is still 36, 7 years in the job. Look at his work at Leipzig. At Bayern Munich, he was fantastic. It was a political situation. Unbeaten for 8 games in the Champions League when he was sacked while he was doing it on the skiing trip. A man of innovation. Look at his formation. Look at his tactics. Unbelievable, ahead of his time. Keep an eye on Nagelsmann moving forward.
All
So
right.
why not Nagelsmann? And okay, this is something of the past. Now, as I said, Ruben Amorim, and I think most of us, the analysts, agree that Ruben Amorim, as a manager who has won something, not just in Portugal, but with Sporting Lisbon, not with Porto. A great manager, of course, it will require a lot of time to talk on his tactics, what he has achieved. But given the list, right, he stands out, at least to me. He stands out as the guy that we should go for. If it doesn't transpire, what will I think? As DJ says, the proof is in the pudding. We will always go back, look at the patterns, and of course, I can only make the insights on the history that why, even though they want to go for a young manager, he's 39 years old. Why not? Because Ruben Amorim is a strong character. Maybe he wants a 5.7% say in some of
You
the
want to
recruitment.
know why? It's because they have to wait till after their season is done to talk to him. That's
No,
why.
no. What I'm
That's the
saying
fact. That is
next
the
week.
fact. They have to wait till after the season, the Portuguese league is done, so
No,
that they
I'm
can
not.
talk to
I
him
think you
about a
didn't,
deal.
sir. I think you didn't get the point. What I'm saying next week when it's announced, whoever the manager is, if it's not Ruben Amorim, then what will we think? That's what I'm saying, trying to say. So if you want to go for a young manager, Ruben Amorim for sure. If not, De Zerbi, at least you can say he has an experience. He has a great philosophy, better than McKenna, Enzo Marescas of this world, right? And then I will conclude the best situation would have been, I completely agree with DJ to go with the Hansi Flicks, Tuchels of this world, right? But that's they don't want to do that, right? So
And the
I
truth remains, actually, even if they want to do that, there aren't too many available. Hansi Flick was bent on joining Barcelona. Zidane doesn't want to work for any other club,
Like,
probably concerned about ruining his record. Name them Conte, already speaking with Napoli, who again, if you talk about the young managers who have proven they're capable of doing it, what's his name? The
sure,
former
sir, sure.
Italian
You can,
international is taking over Juventus. So there aren't too many available. But go
so
ahead,
you
JC.
can,
Just,
you
I'll let
can,
you
sorry,
go.
sorry,
you
guys.
can
Just on
defend
the,
the. You
I was
can
just going
defend
to
the
say,
board as much as you want, sir. But even though I'm saying let's go with this,
No,
just
I'm
to.
not disagreeing. That we're having a conversation here. We're not fighting.
No, I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting, sir. You know me. You know me very well. I'm not fighting. I'm just upbeat. That's all. You know me. You know me well. Come on, sir. There's no fight. I'm just being very, you can say, assertive in my view. That's all.
Yeah, go ahead.
Uh, and so yes, I'm saying okay, fine. Not go with the elite manager. Go with the framework. I understand. That's what I do always, working with different framework. That's my job. I understand it very well. But then that's what I'm trying to say. Please, I am sure DJ understood me and a lot of people. Then even in that framework, go for the best. For instance, in the past, okay, it's not a possibility anymore, like in Nagelsmann. Or now, when you have Ruben Amorim, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Or then a De Zerbi, but it will be Enzo Maresca or uh, uh, I forgot the name. Come on, McKenna. So it won't make sense to me. And like DJ, I will have so many questions. So many questions of their direction moving forward. Thank you so much for listening to me. Thank you.
No, that's what we do. People can interject. That's why we're here to debate and have a good conversation. DJ wanted to interject before I go to Kishan, and I wanted to catch a bit of what we have in the chat here. Javi is a better candidate than all of them, or I think you just probably basing your judgment. I'm not sure whether from
That's
what
just
you've
off name
seen,
value.
or
That's
probably because you knew him as a player and you
yeah,
liked him as a player, and probably Xavi
exactly.
tactically for me a lot of questions. But that's just my opinion anyway. DJ, you wanted to interject before I bring on Kishan? DJ, you're there? Is it gone?
Yeah, I think he.
Okay, I think he's having connection issues. But Kishan, go ahead.
I just want to know, like, where do people think, do elite managers just fall off trees? Like, I don't understand this. How many elite managers are in the world right now? I can only name three, probably
And not too
Ancel-
many are relevant.
Pep,
That's the point I was
Ancelotti, and
trying to get.
Simeone. Those are the
I
only
was trying
three
to get to,
people. Those are the only
please. Go ahead.
three people I can think of. What elite managers are you guys talking about? Because the landscape is changing. Like they don't understand that there's a bunch of young managers that need to prove themselves. All the older managers, they're phasing out. It's just that simple. Like, so what we need is the directors to do their due diligence and get the right guy. I want Ruben Amorim. I love Amorim. I
And
agree
I
with
want him to. He's my
Jerry
first
Z.
choice, given
Yeah, he's been
the
my
message.
first choice for a while. And I also wanted Nagelsmann last season. I didn't want Poch. But so I agree with him on those points. But you can't just say, oh, you can't assume, oh, he didn't want to be here because of the power. Maybe he just didn't like the project. Maybe he's just not into doing a project.
We
Maybe
don't know
that's
for
just
certain,
we
right?
don't know for certain, but people want to jump out a window and assume, oh, yes, man, yes, man. Like I don't get that. Maybe just some things just don't correlate together. Like it's crazy. It's funny to me how people jump out a window, but you just have to look at the landscape. What manager are you guys gonna get right now that is elite and that's won a bunch of things? The one I think is Amarim because he's on the up and up. We need a manager that's on the up and up. Like if
Hmm.
people want to run back to Tuchel and stuff, this is a whole new team. Tuchel's not the best man manager, and we have a bunch of kids. So how is that going to work out? But everyone likes to revert back to the old stuff because they're afraid of the unknown, and that's a fact.
Yeah. And yes, then the truth remains there's an argument for and against any manager you mention. Whoever it is that you mentioned. Bring on Hansi Flick as well as he did in Germany. I'd still tell you in Premier League, I don't trust him. The highline thing is a huge issue. But yeah, like you said, we'll understand the Jerry's disappointment that we're going for the manager. Well, the chances are that it will be one of the least trusted ones that will take over. And I've known that since you said, and I'm concerned as much as Jerry is concerned. Yep, and I'm happy nobody's taking anything personal here. It's just a debate and a conversation here. DJ, I'll come to you in a bit. I know you wanted to say something quickly. And JC, nice to see you, JC. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Thomas Frank for Vibes says, Mash, nice to see you. I think that's the first time I'm seeing you here. If that's the case, please enjoy yourself. Feel at home. All we ask of you is just to keep it civil. But more importantly, your opinion matters. Whether you think we should bring back Frank Lampard, just tell us why, and we'll talk about that. Okay? Thomas Frank plays a Mourinho football. Pragmatic, probably a bit more progressive than Mourinho. But I don't know why. I just don't like him for some reason. And I can't, if you ask me why, I cannot explain. And I think that's the same for a lot of Chelsea fans. Or maybe because he's Brentford's manager. I think that's just that. Amorim style of football doesn't fit Chelsea brand of football. Wow. Okay.
No, that's not.
Okay, just having a conversation there. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. How to play a Thomas Frank ball with this team? It's difficult. That's actually the delicious comment of the day. I think I'll take my time to think about that. It sounds simple. This comment sounds simple, but I think it's deep. It's deep. Thomas Frank knows how to be pragmatic, and I don't think Chelsea fans will like his approach. Maybe if it comes, he changes because we've been told we want a manager who's into possession-based football, like to control the game with possession and all that. Is Brentford? Are they that sort of team? I'd say no. So I don't know what else to say. So, yeah, Mafia. Roberto De Zerbi, I think he may well end up being him. And if he ends up becoming him, I will support him. He has Premier League experience, and you can argue he's also overachieved. But I can't believe I'm saying the same thing, the same argument I made for Mauricio Pochettino before realizing that when it matters, he falters. It's as simple as that. But in the case of De Zerbi, you could argue he had so many players out injured. We took one from them, one of their best players last season. Uh, yeah.
Yo, Vic
So
is funny. How is egg on my face, Vic? What are you saying?
we're
People
just
are,
having a conversation.
people want
Uh,
to be stuck in their own stubborn ways. You could stay in your own stubborn ways, bro. Just
you don't have to
don't.
respond. You're on the panel. You
You
don't
know,
have to
so
respond.
nah, but
And
some people just don't want to open their mind to things. They want to be stuck in the old way of things. That's just
it's
not how things work. Things
one
evolve.
point.
Things
Yeah.
need nuance. Things change over time, and then people want to be stuck in these stubborn ways and think, oh, the old way is still gonna work. Things change over time, bruh. Get out
We'll
your
come back to that. I
feelings.
think let's talk about that in a bit. These owners took everyone for a ride. Meanwhile, De Zerbi was bought out of Brighton weeks ago. I, a lot of people thinks that's going to be the case. Nagelsmann refused Chelsea. I wouldn't say that's the case. I'm going to scroll now and I'll get a few of what you have. I can't read everybody's comment, and especially if I read some of your comments, I'll be skipping quite a lot from you. Some people are saying De Zerbi was appointed already weeks ago. It sounds believable. I'm inclined to believe that's the case. If you pay attention to the details of that rumor, or maybe what's the language I'm looking for? Theory, you'd believe. We spoke to Nagelsmann. He said, "No, we didn't speak to him. We did not. We did not." Because if I recall something from his camp saying something to the effect of, "You cannot lose out on something that you was never part of." So I'm not sure what to make of it until we see a transcript of his interview or his conversation with Chelsea. I'm not going to believe we spoke with them. It's just my opinion anyway. Let's see. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes that do go a long way. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Anything else here to address? Let us just forget moving brothers. Yeah, I think we're just fighting over some stuff unnecessarily. Nagelsmann told them isn't going to work when they demanded 100% control. But coach will argue it was a different reason. Vivel left for the same reason. I'm not
Where's
going to
the
argue
proof?
with you.
Where's the
I'm just
proof?
going to let you know. Chances are you're correct. Chances are you're wrong. You weren't there. I wasn't there. You have your opinion. I have my opinion. So go away, Vic. I don't like you
Yo,
anymore.
people swear their opinions are fact.
Suleiman Gatalai, they come out and said, we want someone who will give him input, but not demand. Exactly. They refuted the argument or the reports out there that was suggesting they were looking for someone to just come in and not be part of the conversation of who the club signs or not. Yep. Thank you
It's
for bringing
silly.
that up. They refuted that. They said, no, it's absolute nonsense.
It's
Because,
silly,
the
bro.
media, they know how to pick up reports or hear something. They just twist it the way they want. So I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. I think I've read a lot from a lot of people here. Nagelsmann and Chelsea couldn't come to an agreement. And after that, his friend Vivel left. That's also believable too. Let's see. I'm gonna scroll to the very bottom. Apologies, I can't get everything you have in the chat, but I will try my best. If I scroll past your comment, apologies. Metaphors, Face Doom, nice to see you. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing well. Tommy Bryan is also in the house. Tommy Bryan, nice to see you. And we see Ace Kareem. This is your first time here, I think. And if that's the case, please welcome, feel at home, express yourself. All we ask of you is just to keep it civil. And the blue, to forgive me, saying, the more I think about it, Roman's model actually worked and was future-proof. The game changes constantly, and he would never allow his manager or players to stagnate. He was actually ahead of time. Yeah, that's another way to see it. But people did see it differently. Just say with Cesc or Terry as assistant manager, let's see what happens. I don't think Cesc will come. He has a job. He got the team promoted, and he's part owner of the team. So why
Coach,
would they leave him to come to
could I
Chelsea?
could I answer one question for
Yeah, go
JC?
ahead.
He just wanted to know why I wanted Amorim. I think with Amorim, I prefer the back three. I think we would play great with the back three, and I think with a 3-4-2-1. Honestly, I posted it actually in the chat days ago, the formation, a hypothetical formation. But to me, Amarin, he's a possession based guy. He likes ball playing center backs, and they build up from the backfield, you know, and they break I'm sorry, they make line breaking passes like through the middle, and I think that we have the personnel that's great for that. And also, Enzo would have defensive help with the three center backs. If we keep Chilwell, which I don't want to, but if we keep him, I think he will play way better. Not as a left back, but more as a left midfielder or wing back. So
I don't even
that's
watch
just a
Chilwell
few
at the
things.
left back.
I
At the
don't even
midfield
want
back.
him here either. But like if we do a back four and Chilwell's here, he's getting cooked.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, yeah, there's more to it, but
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
that's
I like this comment. Elite managers don't guarantee anything. Yeah, that's the truth. Whoever you hire comes with some measure of risk. Go away, Vic. You're definitely going to that place. Let's see. I think Kishan has addressed that. Let me see a comment. People that I haven't read their comments here. This is saying that there are enough top quality managers to go around, and yet it's very clear they want a yes man. It's your opinion. Hence the search for guys who are young and lots to prove. Here's the thing. I don't know. You have your opinion, I have mine, and you're entitled to yours, and I'm entitled to mine. It's as simple as that. If that's what you believe they're trying to do, that's fine. Go ahead, run with it. Kishan, can you please advise footballing reasons which makes Amorim an ideal candidate? I think you've spoken about that. Or Kishan, do you feel like you haven't addressed that?
no, that's what I was talking about. That's what JC was
Okay,
asking
so
me
he's already talked
before.
about it. Okay, trust me. Amorim will fail at Chelsea, and you guys, I nearly said Amorim. It's Amorim, and I see. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. And MK here is saying that De Zerbi is an innovator in the ilk of Palp and Ateta. He is the perfect guy to take Chelsea through the next chapter. Your opinion, and we all know that's the case. We're not too certain who it's going to be, but we'll find out in a bit. What was the question? I want to go. I want to start with. I want to start with Jerry Z. If he's still there, I hope he's still there. Okay, he's still there. Okay. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to scroll to the very bottom, people. I can't read everything you have in the chat there, and I've said that 1,000 times. The notion that the owners are simply looking for a young coach on the up end, it has nothing to do with the coach of falling in line, so to speak, is myopic. Your opinion still.
Coach, I
Uh,
think
but you
DJ
could
Smith.
argue everything comes down to the coach falling in line. So I agree to that with
Right?
that to some extent. But I guess my belief is that you're saying it. You could say you're saying it in a manner that shows you don't like it. You're still that's another way of you saying they just want a yes man. That's
Yeah,
not you
that's what he's
saying.
saying.
Yeah, that's not you
It's
saying
weird.
they want a manager who's you could say what's the language I'm looking for? Who would be aligned with their vision for the club? You're just
Wouldn't you
calling it yes
want
man.
that? Wouldn't you want someone aligned with
Yeah,
the vision of your club?
yeah.
Like
So,
that's
but that's by the way. Anyway, let's hear you, Jerry. See, the question I want to ask you is this:
Coach, I
let's talk
was
about
sorry
how.
saying that DJ's been perhaps trying to wait and trying
Oh,
to
okay, DJ, were you trying to say something? I totally forgot. You know, I don't like
looking
it. So,
for
any opportunity I get, I'll
go
speak.
and
Go ahead, DJ. You wanted to add something. You're on mute. You're on mute. So I'll keep reading what we have in the chat until you mute. Keep Eugene Chelsea board dropped the managers' standard so low with Enzo and McKenna to make RDZ appealing. I think RDZ will be a Chelsea's head coach. I will support whoever comes in. Just DJ, don't wait for me. Once you're able to unmute your device, you can go ahead and start speaking. But I think you're still struggling with it a bit. CA Mafia Pep already ran all the old heads out of the league. That's a serious one from Sir Alex Ferguson and all of them. In recent days, it was what's his name? The Englishman also Crystal Palace, and then David Moyes.
yeah.
Three at the back is not a good system to play in the Premier League. I think it is.
What? Come on, yo!
Managers
Wow.
have won the league with it, but you're entitled to your opinion. DJ, let's hear you if you're able to unmute. You wanted to say something. You're still on mute, bro. Kishan is right to one to Amarim, but the board have shown us that they do actually want a yes man. We will be getting De Zerbi or McKenna, whether we like it or not. De Zerbi isn't a yes man from what
Yeah,
I
he's
know.
definitely not a yes man.
He's not a yes man. He can explode any minute and
Yeah,
speak his
that's
mind
correct.
And
for
Maresca's
television.
not either. Maresca's he's a passionate guy as well. So this yes man thing is just ludicrous. I mean, you obviously want someone that aligns with your ideas, but like to say like, oh, the manager should be getting every name that he wants is crazy. Like you could say, oh, I want a player that
Yeah,
does
it's not
this
about
style of
every.
play.
I
I
understand.
could want a player that has this style of play. You can
No,
make
it's
a
not about every
suggestion of the
manager. That's
style of
a
player. But as far as picking a
Let,
specific
let him drop.
name,
Let him drop. So you
it's
can come in.
it's like these
all
guys
right.
want. It's like people want
No, no, no
Poch
worry.
to pick
I
out
mean, you can
specific
actually pick
names.
up and start hosting your co-host here. Go ahead. Go ahead. You were saying something, Kishan.
Yeah, it's like people are saying, "Oh, yes, man, this." Yeah. Do you guys want Potts to pick out specific names? Like all the manager should do is tell the directors the style of play, the player they want. That's all, and then let the directors do the rest. Like, come on, like you want the manager to have full control of this and that. And Potts isn't Pep.
Yeah.
Like, come
And
on.
Vic, Vic, please keep reminding people to like the stream. Let's get it to 100. We're at 87 likes right now. I think we can do much better than that. Jerry, let's see if DJ's yeah, he's unmuted
I
his
think so.
microphone. DJ,
DJ, if
let's
you're
hear
here,
you so that
please go
he's
ahead.
back. Jerry, do you want to come in or should DJ go on?
No,
No,
of course. DJ, please go ahead if you're here.
can you guys hear me? I don't know if you guys can hear me at all. Can you hear
We
me at
can
all?
hear you. We can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. Now listen, no, let Jerry's ego go on, go on, go on, bro. I was just trying to unmute myself. Go on, Jerry.
No, no,
Jerry's
no,
ego,
sir.
you go,
Please
bro.
go ahead. I would like to
No,
listen. I enjoy
no,
listening to you. Please go ahead.
no. I was just saying on what Keishan was saying earlier on about the Portuguese league finishing. I do believe that league is. I do believe they're playing their. I think what they call their Portuguese FA Cup final is being
Yeah,
played tonight.
it's
And
Yeah,
I
today.
he
think
Yeah,
has a cup final. Yeah.
yeah,
that's
and I
why they're
think
not
once
talking.
and I think once that final is done, if obviously as I'm saying, if he was to obviously be given the opportunity to become our next manager, I think the talks with him will actually happen if it was to be the case. But on what I think, who was asking you the question? Was it JC was asking why he thinks Amrin would be a perfect fit at Chelsea? You've explained it all, Josie. Sorry, who was it that said it? Keisha, you explained it all, bruv. Exactly what you just said is exactly right. Why I think he'd be the right candidate for the Chelsea job. And I just think he'll be the right. I just think he'll be the kind of football that we want to play. I think he's a winner compared to the other managers. And since we are looking for someone who can actually play that kind of expansive, entertaining football as these owners are looking for, he is your guy. Any day over De Zerbi and all the other coaches that are linked with us. So that's why I'm hoping he will. There's still an opportunity for him to come our next manager. So let's see what happens. That's all I wanted to say really on. That's all it was really. So you guys can carry on now, bro. Sorry.
No, no worries. Go ahead. You wanted to say something, Jersey, before we bring on JC, who just joined us. It's Sunday, probably after church. He's joined us here.
No, I was actually trying to make sure that DJ is here
Okay, that
because
he's okay.
perhaps
He had the opportunity to talk. Okay.
as your
Uh,
assistant coach.
Cheers,
So
bro.
big up to JC. So nice to have you on the panel. So go ahead, coach.
all right. You could have just brought in JC, but JC, big up. I know you don't usually come in like this. I think there's something you've heard us talk about that you want to give us your 2 cents on. We're waiting. You have the floor. Let's hear you.
Hi, hello everybody. Hi.
Hi, hello,
Big up, JC. Big up.
No, I just wanted to just jump into the discussion, and it's interesting. A few points I would like to make. I think there's plenty of young, good, talented managers available in football. Mostly the problem or the challenges they face is, first of all, like to break into the top clubs. Their first hurdle is they don't have a CV, but everybody starts from somewhere, and if they have shown the result, on the levels they have been competing, then there is some credibility to the way they are playing, and there is enough data nowadays to analyze what each manager is about. So the other thing I think the managers challenge young managers face challenges that the players, if you go to a bigger club, the players are on a completely different level in the sense that they have achieved already a lot of things, and that brings with it some egos and personalities, and to be dictating tactics or trainings and everything. If you make one step wrong, then you start to lose the dressing room. The players start to question you, and once the player starts to question you, it becomes starts to become difficult. And that's the second challenge, because they might have managed at a decent level, something like championship. But when you are managing a World Cup winner, although he will not be here, but somebody like Silva, then even Silva might be more intelligent or like potential manager than you. I mean, or having more knowledge than you, and that's a challenge. Like you have to show your credibility there, prove your credibility there. Having said
And
that,
just 1 second, please. Is anybody here today celebrating a birthday, or if you want to wish anybody a birthday, please put it in the chat. Would like to know. Go ahead.
yeah.
Go ahead, Jerry.
So
JC. Sorry, apologies.
having said that, if you bring a manager who's proven, then he would start to demand things in his own way, and that might work very well. But sometimes there will be, when there's a team working, ideas do not align a lot of times, and that's normal. The question is, how do you work out that a way out of that? And if it does not work out, then there will be outcomes out of that. I mean, we saw that with recent appointment. I mean, they didn't match, and so they parted ways. Same can be said maybe of Tuchel, but the Tuchel was very early days, and there was no director of football, and he was thrown into something which, like, he was not comfortable with also. But that's another, like, way to look at it. But these managers, like, who are established personalities, you have to look like how much they are willing to work with the rest of the team. You can see Carlo Ancelotti working very well with the hierarchy structures in Real Madrid, for example. You can see even Zidane work there very well, and sometimes it works, sometimes it does not work. Like you could see some managers like Conte, who would just dictate, I want this and that's it, and they are not very flexible in that. So obviously, those kind of managers are not going to work within a team structure. They want to dictate the terms. But having said all that, right now we are in a unique position. Our team has a lot of talent, but most of the players are not difficult to manage. They are still very young. And you could potentially bring in a young, talented manager who will grow along with the team, with the director's team, and with the players' team. So that's the idea. So if somebody tells me that like these young managers who are not at the like Champions League playing regularly at Champions League level, they will not be able to manage I expectations. I think it's more to do with the fans. Not, and if the fans understand this, it might work. Secondly, is it's my personal like opinion and personal choice. I don't want a manager with a specific like nailed on way of playing, and that's the only way, his way or the highway. I would like to see a manager who is flexible, who knows the tactics, and who can play one way or the other way. I mean, if you look, Nagelsmann was like that. He could change the system totally. He came from the same school of Ragnick or Tuchel, or like they could do high press, they could do back three, they could do back four, depending on the situations. And I think Tuchel was not even established manager with his first club, which I can't remember the name. But they were known for one thing. Every game within one season, every game they played against a team, they looked at the system of the other team and they made a setup which was opposite to that. And they were very irritating for everybody in the league. And they really created a lot of problems for other teams, and they performed really well. That means the manager has to be on top of football, not just like, I know back three like Conte, and that's the way I want. Because if this does not work anyway different, then I am like not the top manager. So what I want is a football brains manager. I don't care back three, back four, or whatever. If the manager can make it work in different, and even in within the games, if back three is not working, can you change something? If you cannot change something, then we are looking at Poch. He changed it in 32 games, not even in 32 minutes. so so I do not understand all this. Like, in my opinion, I don't go for any one manager, and I don't start to pray for one manager. Like, oh, he's the name, I am a fan and all that stuff. Like, okay, I mean, we are in a position right now which we are in, and if they make a choice of bringing in a potentially good manager, not even potentially, a good manager with the potential to grow with the team for the coming years, and work his way up with the board as well, I'm more happy with that, to be honest. The only with the candidates list, with the connections I have, believe me, Amorim is not attractive, expensive style of football. Although I might have very small sample size, but I've seen a few games of him, especially the ones like Arsenal in the Europa League. He is park the bus and hit on the counter attack. It's park the bus and hit on counter attack. That's Amorim for you. If you look at
I mean,
De Zerbi,
Let him drop. Let him
if
drop. Go
if
ahead.
if De Zerbi is bitten by a mosquito, he will have tantrums. Very hard to manage in that sense. And that's, I'm not being rude, I'm being like, over the top in judging him, maybe. Yes, but last 6 months showed like he was not, he was he was like going against the hierarchy of the club and the system and everything. He was unhappy and all. They had a really bad half of the season, really bad half part of the season. And one of the reason was like it was not working communication wise and everything, and he was coming out in the open and like, with tantrums and all that stuff. If you look another big name like the recent manager Pochettino, when the time came, like really focus on the games, he was focused on. If I have to judge with the press conferences, like he was concerned, like he was not getting the feedback from the hierarchy, and maybe that was not time to get the feedback from the hierarchy about his future. It was time to get down to the business end of the season. Eventually, he did that. So I don't know whoever they choose, I will support it. But we have to break the generalization and all. Maybe Amorim can play expansive football, different style of football. Maybe he's very intelligent. Talk to him, they are having their meetings and all. Maybe he's the right one, because I have made judgment on very small sample size, but the small sample I saw of his football, it's like park the bus and break on the counter.
I mean, if that's the case, I'm not saying that's certainly the case. I don't know his style of play that much. I'm just going by what the numbers tell me. If that's the case, Chelsea fans will quickly fall out with him. That's my opinion. Kishan, you wanted to
But
respond?
JC,
Yeah.
you would love that
Okay.
style, right? You would love it.
As an execution, if he does it very well, I would love it. But I don't want like him to be playing like that against Burnley. You get what I'm saying?
It's only in certain
Like,
matches, JC, he would do that in, bro. He won't do that for every match, bruv. I mean, I watch the
yeah,
Portuguese log a lot because I follow because I'm half Portuguese. I do watch it a lot, and he doesn't always play that kind of football. If you
yeah,
watch it for a while,
I was gonna say maybe Arsenal they were
yeah, or
playing
something like that.
defensive. That was
Spot
probably
on, bro.
why.
yeah,
So
that's
you
why I
guys,
agree
so
also, like
to
small
see and
sample
Kishan,
size.
you guys are saying that he knows how to be pragmatic when he needs to. Is
Yeah,
that what you're saying?
yeah.
But
He
one thing,
does.
He is
tell me,
pragmatic.
guys. Tell me one thing. Is he primarily always back three?
He can change it up. It depends on opposition. He can play that way if he's playing. If he'll play that way if needs to. But if you watch him closely, he does change it a lot in the games as well. So sometimes he can change it back to back four, or he'll change it to a five, depending on what happens in the game. He always changes his formations up. That's
So
why he's good at that.
he's flexible tactical
He's
wise.
flexible and tactical wise. Yes, he does
And
change
his
it up.
players are well trained to execute his plans and changes and all that. They are well
Well,
trained
you've
for
seen
that.
you've seen it, mate. They're on the verge of winning the Portuguese league. So and he's won it now. What I think it's gonna be his third time since he's won it under Sporting Lisbon now. So
Okay, hallelujah. Maybe he's the guy. I'm just saying.
But
Okay.
it's not
And,
on the list, we're told.
and if the fans, in the audience, the panelists, if you have time in 2 hours 15 minutes, he will play the final against Porto. So maybe we can watch that game.
Yeah, I think we have to. That would be a good addition for him. But the truth is he still on the list with
he's not on the
the
list
short
at
list?
all.
He's not on the short list. But
He's not
DJ
on
is
the
saying
list
he's
at
still
all.
hopeful that he's still there.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
guys, one thing I would really request the fans is don't go after the name, go after the substance. Because right now we have an opportunity where we have a team not having any big egos there. A good manager can grow with this team.
that's why I feel he's the right fit for that reason, JC, because he doesn't, in that kind of like way, he's got the team there, as you said, and he's not one of them kind of managers that he will manage if there's ego, he will manage them as well. But as I said, our team is not like that this moment in time. We don't have players in our team that have got big egos. Yes, one's won a World Cup. You can look at Reece James and say, yeah, he's won a Champions League. Ben Chilwell's won a Champions League as well. This guy has actually won things. So I reckon they'll take more to him than they probably
Yeah.
would take to a De Zerbi or to a McKenna or that guy from Leicester. They'll take more up to
So,
him because
yeah,
yeah,
but DJ, that's fantastic. You point you put together there. We have experience. We have this experience. It's not about the age. It's about the experience. We have experience, and the players are not very like egomaniacs. Like we are the
no,
kings of the world. Who are you? So fantastically. There is a fundament. There is a fundament, or how to say, the groundwork is there. So
yeah,
I hope we build on it and let the directors do their job, because overall I think if you compare their first year and their second year, the club has moved forward, the team has moved forward from what it was and what the season before and the season just finished. So there is improvement in there. Part of it is also down to Pochettino. Yes, but could we do better next season? Yes, we want to do better the next season. Was it possible with Pochettino? Maybe yes, maybe not. Maybe they are trying to figure out the best choice for that now. So let's
And you
support.
just can't be sentimental when you're making decisions with like regards to selecting the manager you think would work for you.
Yeah,
That's something. That's me talking about Pochettino. Them parting ways. You could say going their separate ways with Mauricio Pochettino. There are things they probably didn't like about, no, irrespective of how well anybody thinks he did at Chelsea. But that is my opinion. Go ahead. You were
the
still
coach,
speaking. Sorry.
and if you look at overall the process, I mean the process has shown something, some kind of an improvement. It's not like like a doom and gloom situation. If you compare the last two seasons, there is progression.
Yeah, there
yeah.
is, definitely, but you can't just because. Now, I'm not. This is not me responding to what you're saying. I'm just from what you've said, making a point here. You can't just because there's progression, and say, okay, that's enough. If you feel like the progression isn't enough, maybe you have to do something differently to make sure you progress to the extent you want. But that is my opinion anyway. We have Roger in the house. Roger, I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. Hola, gracias, konnichiwa, assalamu alaikum. I'm not sure because I was gonna go into saying hello to you with Nigerian languages, but that's by the way. But let me just stop where I've stopped. Roger, welcome to the panel. I hope you're doing well. I don't know if you've been listening, and I'm quite sure you're paying attention to the short list. And if you can talk about how why you want to come in from, wherever you want to come in from, if you can talk about how a lot of Chelsea fans aren't just so keen on Thomas Frank. And I'm saying if I'm the same, but if you ask me why, I just don't know. Maybe The fact that he's the manager of Brentford and sometimes they can play Haddam football this season, that's just a cloud in my judgment, not allowing me to look beyond that and see whether he's a good manager or not. But let's hear you, Roger. Wherever you want to come in, but I'd like you, if you can, talk about why you think majority of Chelsea fans aren't so keen on Thomas Frank. Evans, we had a poll on here, which 62% wanted De Zerbi, and the rest is divided between other options. Go ahead.
Sawadee Cup. Hello, everybody.
That's which one?
Big up, Roger. Big up.
Ty, right?
Hi. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
I've only been listening for the last 5
Hello,
minutes.
big up, Roger.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, everyone. So for the last 5 minutes, I've just been listening, and I think you guys were talking about Amorim, and I'm like, where is DJ? We need to ask him, because I know for a fact. I'm like, all of a sudden, I hear his voice. I'm like, perfect.
He came prepared.
Yeah, no, as I know he watches the Portuguese league. I don't. I think JC. I think it was JC that was talking predominantly. I agree with virtually everything he said. So I'm not well versed with any of these coaches per se. Frank, I know a bit about because of watching Brentford. It's going to be.
You're going to help us understand how he likes to approach the game.
Yeah, so it's hard to judge Frank because of the fact he's on a team that is predominantly fighting for survival in this league. So most teams that are newly promoted, with the exception of, let's say, a Forest, Nottingham Forest, 40 years plus ago, they fit into this subcategory of fighting for their literal existence in the Premier League. So they're not going to be well versed, shall we say, tactically, other than parking the bus, other than scoring on the break, which is very prototypical of promoted teams, or shall we say the bottom tier, the lower half of the table. That's usually the I would say the norm, if anything. He obviously, his MO and Brentford's MO is very similar to most other bottom 10 sides. Tall, big, physical, defend. They do the basics, the fundamentals very well. And
surviving relegation is usually their main.
Yeah, because that's where the money is. It's listen, if you make it to 17th, you're popping champagne corks. It's that simple. So it's really hard to judge a coach that is predominantly a manager / coach of a lower tier team, and I say that respectfully. I don't mean to be, demeaning in any sense of the term, but that's what's transpiring. Listen, it seems from what Brentford plays, they don't exactly play expansive football. They're very similar to, they're cut and paste in that regard. Dominant defensive performances on the break, play a back three, a back four, it all depends. Going forward, I'm going to say one thing. I saw a video about the breakdown of a lot of the managers and about where Chelsea was this year. Like, I think we were third in, I think, breaks, of forcing turnovers. I think we're second or third. But when you look at the conversion rate from those turnovers in the front third, Brighton ticks all the boxes. I saw this thing, and it wasn't a promo for Brighton. They were going through so many different synopses and scenarios from all these statistical categories. And De Zerbi, for want of a better term, he seems to be the person that Chelsea fans would really like, other than the fact he comes from bloody Brighton, just like everyone else does. I mean, he's the amount of possession they have. The amount of possession they have, the amount of turnovers they cause, their conversion rate is twice as good as Chelsea's with regards to turnovers in their conversion rate. So someone's in the kitchen.
I hope
it's tempting me to make another topic. By the way, I never like to. It's being reported right now by major outlets, and the speed for De Zerbi has progressed apparently, and the odds have also slashed almost 1/2. So I'm just putting it out there. So it's
Sure.
likely that we are going for De Zerbi. Sir, please go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's thank you, sir. No, and I think, listen, I don't care who he comes from. You know, I'm just being facetious basically by saying he comes from Brighton because I'm brightened out right now. You know, I think it's overkill, it's PTSD, however you want to term it. But listen, if he can play expansive football with possession, but with purpose. Because if you look at the stats, the amount of passes that are made to dissect to the
Yeah, yeah,
front is really impressive. You know, I'm just being honest. From the stats that I saw, I think it was a 4-4-2 show. I forget which one it was last week or earlier this week, and it just they went over different kinds of statistics for Chelsea, and they mentioned Brighton, and I was impressed. Now, Amorim, you know, obviously DJ can speak far more extensively than I ever could. I mean, you're lucky that I know he's from Portugal. That's about it. I've watched him a few times. I know nothing about him per se. He seems pragmatic. He seems, listen, yes, that league is not exactly. Listen, you have three great teams in that league, you know, but there's a very technical league, you know, very technical, just like the Spanish league. That peninsula is, I mean, they're fraught with, in a positive way, with technical ability for sure. And I like the fact that when you look at his players, especially from the academy, they play multiple positions, each one. They're not just stuck to a centre back. Each centre back, as DJ will confirm, you know, they will all play not just centre back, but will play either right wing or left wing or DM. They're well versed in that through their academies, so they're very proficient and knowledgeable technically with what's required from them in certain positions. And I think that to me is good. Listen, he's got a very young team, and when you look at the amount of players that have left him since he's arrived, he's done very well. And the list of players that have left his organization since he became coach is quite extensive and quite impressive. Um, I honestly, I'll be honest with you, gentlemen, I'm not sure who would be a good coach for Chelsea. I have no bloody idea. And that's not just me playing it safe, sitting on the fence. It's just being honest because my knowledge base, A, isn't strong enough, and B, I honestly, not that I'm lacking confidence, that sounds really negative, but this squad, it is too young, in my opinion. It needs a scattering, a smitten of a little bit of, I wouldn't say senior players. I would say more experience and more leadership. You know, I'm not asking for 30-plus-year-olds. I don't want to see us acquiring 20 to 24-year-olds. I would like between 24 and 28-year-olds, two or three of them, to balance the squad out. I I think because it's showing, and that's just not me. Every time I listen to a pundit, a former player that has played at the highest levels, this is what they all have in common. That's the common denominator: is that Chelsea is lacking this balance, and I think it's fair to say. Um, I, I just want to say one thing that JC said about Poch. He was pretty much accurate in everything, but you have to understand the first 5 games, even though he perceived it as a 4-2-3-1, he was fundamentally playing with a back three for the majority of each game. So he does, shall we say, metamorphosize the very fluid different formations in and out of possession.
Roger,
But
but you know,
specifically, it was very different the first 5 games. But you're right, though, what you said. I agree with you. I'm not
no,
arguing with that.
Roger, let me clarify one very quickly. I would not,
Yeah,
I'm totally with you. I would personally not judge Pochettino on his first 5 or even 10 games because we were playing better. But in those first 5 games, he was hit with injury after injury after
yeah,
injury. And that was like in those 5 games, he had to switch a lot of players. So in that sense, I agree. I
Yeah,
agree the excuse of injuries because he lost like in those days. But then you start to make plans and start to adjust and accommodate. And whenever he's in a new job, preseason is preseason. When you are starting in a new club, the first 5 games is never the games you should be judging a manager on. So
no, of
I
course
don't
not. Yeah, yeah, I agree.
injury, no injury or anything. I won't judge Poch at all for first 5 games. To be honest, I mean those are
Yeah,
first
yeah,
like introduction to a new environment, new players, everything new in a competitive environment. I would say not in a preseason. So
sure, sure.
I totally agree. I mean for 5 games, I don't judge him at
Why are you
all.
guys agreeing?
No, I'm going
Yeah,
to say
that is
something.
the correct way, Coach. If you remember, until December, until the
That's,
United game,
I wanted
I
you
was
guys to fight
supporting him.
me, but go
I,
ahead.
I
So,
never, even when we were bad, I still said he needs. It's too early to judge him. I
but you know
started
what?
talking
You know
about the
what?
train only from January.
JC, you know what's wrong with that though? It's not you haven't said anything wrong, but I'm just saying as a culture, it should be the first season. 2 seasons we shouldn't be judging him. Now it's the first. It's immediate. It's such a the culture has changed. You know, look at. I think they were talking about the FA Cup under Sir Alex Ferguson. His first 4 years, I think he was like 11th and 13th his third and fourth year. You know, he wouldn't be able to go back 40 years if you beam him up in today's 2024, you know, circa.
Now,
He
there I
wouldn't be able
agree
to
to
survive.
disagree. There I agree to disagree because a big name like Pochettino, like okay, I mean half a season, 20 games. Even after that, you are not doing it. Then
Sure.
I would already jump the train. I
But
mean,
do you
first
understand
season
though?
maybe
Do
if
you
it is
understand?
McKenna, maybe even more. I can agree to that. But Pochettino has been in this level for some time
No,
and
I
all. But
agree.
the
I
team is
agree.
young. I get that. I get that. But
Yeah.
okay, I mean that's not a huge difference. Eventually, I don't think he was fired for the result. Eventually, I think it was a mutual thing because they didn't agree moving forward.
I
That's
think
my
if
personal
anything, yeah, no, I get it. I think if anything,
Mutual thing could be the club saying it's not gonna work, or him saying it's not gonna work for him.
I think if anything, based on his statements that he's made in the previous 3 4 weeks, you know, especially um, it has to be beneficial for the coaching staff to want to stay. Also, you know, those quotes that he made. I think he was putting zingers out there because you know he wanted it his way or the highway. But whether that's wrong or right, I have no idea.
Yeah, yeah.
But by the way,
And
I'm
same
going
for the
back.
club.
Yeah, yeah,
Same
yeah.
for the club.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. I'm actually going back, and I've started to get a life, Roger. You're thinking I've started to rewatch the games from week one again, and yeah, it's different. It's listen, I'm a
It's,
bit
it's hard to
concerned.
see things differently without defending him, right? Because you
No,
have
it's
no.
just
Mm,
well, first I can't remember most of those games because my memory is so awful when you reach my age. But the other thing is, I'm going to be honest with you, chaps. I'm not saying it can't work, so I don't want to say that. I don't want to sound negative. Let's put it that way. But I am really concerned about McKenna and I forget the other chap that's the Leicester
Maresca.
Moresco.
I-
Thank you. It's the
mm.
fact that they haven't had Premier League experience as a head coach slash manager. That doesn't mean to say that they can't succeed. Don't get me
But
wrong.
it's a huge risk.
I think it increases the gamble, increases the odds of perhaps taking longer if succeeding at all, if that makes sense. That's the
Yeah,
only
it does in
thing.
so many ways. I'm
Um,
concerned.
because if you have someone like listen, Klopp came in for Liverpool, right? No, he's never coached in the Premier League before. Same with Pep, but they had coached at very big clubs at a very high level, you know. And no disrespect to these chaps, it's a big step forward. But look, they had to start somewhere, though. Every coach slash manager, the best, they had to start somewhere. Otherwise, they never would have been hired. So when you look at it in that regard, I get it. But the thing I want to say is, gentlemen, I don't think this club's in a position to gamble per se because of where we are financially and just where we are in the table. This isn't 30, 40 years ago. And this is what I'm saying about Sir Alex. I think if Sir Alex was 35, 40 now, he would not be able to succeed in today's football culture because it's win yesterday. He wouldn't be given 3.5, 4 years.
Roger,
There's
can I
no.
ask you a question? Can
Yeah,
I
of
ask
course.
you?
You see my
Uh,
logic, though.
yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I see it. See, my question here. Here's my question. Now we are even being linked with Xavi, and to be honest,
Could you say
I'm
that
as
with
again?
from the
Could you say
moment,
that again,
I
sir?
think that's from CF Bayern, right? Do you trust that sauce, Jesse?
no, but just hypothetically, let's say it's a possibility, yeah, and I don't know Xavi. I've not watched his game, especially after Espelicueta went for Atletico. So, having said, like, if is Xavi, do you know him? Like, is he a good manager? Maybe you know something because I do not know. If
You know
somebody
the.
on the
I've
panel
said for Xavi, just quickly, Roger. Let me help you a bit, if you don't
Yeah, go
mind.
for it.
or
Xavi
anybody, yeah,
tactically, I don't trust him. And
Yeah,
it's Vic in the chat that said also that his biggest problem is that he doesn't, like, his man management skills is awful. But in my opinion, I say he will get us to play good football. But when it matters, the same argument I was making under Pochettino, I think he will falter. Tactically, he lacks. I think his
mm,
main focus is always to get people to play beautiful, intricate football and all
sure.
that. Let me let Roger go ahead.
Well,
Uh,
worst
in
case
short, I
comes.
can just tell. In short, of there are so many people.
Let's hear from Roger.
No,
No, no, no,
Bobby's
go,
waiting in
no,
the wings. I'm not coming. I'm just saying. In
go
short,
for it.
Pochettino is more tactical than Xavi, if it makes sense.
I would say that. I would agree, honestly. But go ahead, Roger.
That's good. Well, worst comes to worst, he could always be player manager, come on with 10 minutes left and just ping the ball around. I'm joking. But yeah, listen, there is no guarantee that just because you are a great, and he is a great, that term great is used way too often. He was a great player. I mean, one of the greatest probably ever in his position. And that doesn't automatically translate to being a great or successful manager. There is none, unfortunately. Um, Lampard is a very good example. Listen, he may end up being one day, but currently, his managerial um, resume doesn't even come close to his playing resume, if that makes sense. And it's a lot. It's the same with many a player over the years. It's look at Mourinho. Mourinho never played professionally, if I'm not mistaken, at least at the very highest level. So, and he's a great manager, or at least was at some point in his time, whether you like him or not. Xavi
Still
would be very
there.
interesting. Xavi, I think, will come with. Yeah, I do question his tactical acumen, if you want to say that, and that's something that I do have a concern with Thomas Frank. I would question his tactical acumen. That doesn't mean to say he can't be, but he hasn't shown it because of the restrictions that he's been presented with. In other words, he's not exactly blessed with the most talented roster, if you know what I mean. I'm not being demeaning in any way. I'm just being honest. And to be honest with you, these chaps that have not had Premier League experience or head coaching experience at the highest level, you know, that does really concern me. Um, listen, Slot is bloody Liverpool's manager. Can you imagine if we hired Slot? I think there would be massive backlash within our fan base. Same with Vincent Company. I believe, I'm not sure whether it's confirmed or not, but he seems to be the new Bayern
It's
manager.
practically done.
Right, yeah, but I don't think it's been officially. But he's basically he's signed and sealed, so to speak, basically. And guess what? Had we hired him, I think same thing. I think our fan base would be pulling out their hair. You know, um, I think to see certain other and by the way, these are big teams. These are huge teams. Galacticos. You know, when you think about it, you're talking about Bayern and bloody Liverpool, two of the top 4 or 5 teams in Europe by far, and they've hired basically head coaches that I think, let's be honest, hypothetically, if they weren't hired by those respective teams, I think everyone in the panel and in the chat would probably have serious reservations about why have we chosen them as our head coach. I mean, I would, and that's not to be demeaning to them. I would have, I'd be concerned. Um, but you know what? Liverpool's hired him. Bayern looks like they're going to hire him, and you know what? how come there's not a, well, at least that I know of, there probably is a backlash from those respective clubs, or at least, shall we say, some anguish or reservations, shall we put it politely. I'm guarantee your average Liverpool fan is a little bit concerned that, Slot is probably not the player, not the coach that they anticipated succeeding a legend, if that makes sense. So,
Yeah.
listen, other teams, other big, and let's be accurate here. And I mean this. I love Chelsea, but Bayern and Liverpool are bigger teams historically than Chelsea, and if they can do it,
Oh yeah.
you
Why did
know.
you say that, Roger?
No, I'm just being on. And
I mean,
listen,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know that
you
anyway.
know, I who are you again? No, but let's. But honestly, it's
Roger, can you imagine Vincent Company managing Real Madrid? I mean,
oof,
those players are so big personalities. They will fry him if he gets it wrong in few games. I suppose
yeah,
they will start to.
he'll be crucified. I'm saying with Bayern, don't forget Bayern is a huge team successfully. Yeah, I understand that their league is somewhat not as competitive as others, but listen, it's still a massive team. And, you know, to me, it's like you're looking at Thomas Tuchel, who I consider, I would say, if not an elite manager, a top manager. I would put him either 1A or 1B. And I think a lot of other people would say the same. And yet they chose not to retain him over someone that's a relative novice. That just got 26 points or whatever it was and was relegated. What does that tell you? I don't know. Maybe Bobby from a few days ago is right. Maybe, listen, there definitely is a new wave of managers that are moving in. You're seeing a lot of managers retire also. Um, I don't know. I'm concerned. I listen. I know there's certain people on the panel and in the chat and listening, etc., that we're not comfortable with Poch. I just feel that I would have preferred at least one more season with him and see where it went. I understand because of the contract is an issue going into the World Club Cup. I get that, and I understand fully. Um, I'm just listen. These I've been a Chelsea fan where I've seen us being relegated and came very close to being relegated to the third tier. Um, if you had told me 30, 40 years ago we'd be multiple times European champions, I would have said you need to go to AA. You need to go get help. You're either addicted to drugs or alcohol, because nowhere in my wildest dreams would I ever assume that Chelsea would be the team they are today. So it's, if I die tomorrow, at least I can say my team has achieved more than I ever thought as a child. But
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. I think definitely you're not gonna die tomorrow.
no, but you get my logic though. It's
Yeah, I understand.
we are a big team, but we need to get back to winning ways, because the longer we're out of the top four, the harder it is to
Oh yeah.
attract players and coaches. And this bothers me. This worries me. I wasn't worried as much as I was this time last year. Now I am getting concerned. The only good thing is that now these players have a year under their belt with each other for the most part. Yeah, there's been players that have been.
You can say
Oh
they've been
yeah,
more
yeah,
rehearsed, so
yeah.
that's
And
a
there's some
huge
chemistry already.
Yeah,
That's
and it's
very.
building, and you can see. I think coaches get a way too much credit. Is it Poch that has really coached them to be the players that they are? I think it's A, maturation, and B, just playing with each other to understand how a player operates. Just like a
be on the
quarterback.
same wavelength.
Yeah, the
Uh,
same way that,
um,
because a quarterback has to understand certain wide receivers run a pattern slightly differently. It's the nuances, however you want to term it. And I think it's a matter of
You know
time and
what?
experience.
How I would like to put it this way: a good coach can make the difference in a positive sense,
Yes.
giving like if the difference is like 90, taking it from 90% to 100%, the
Yeah,
squad.
as Mitchie
But
says, at this level, at the very top leagues in the world, the
yeah,
margins between success and failure are such
yeah.
fine margins,
but
ridiculously fine.
on the flip side, a, a bad coach can make a really big difference. Like it's not like it's he can also take from 90 to 100, but he can also take from 90 to 40.
Yeah, no.
So
Is that 1% difference can make all the difference between you being promoted or being relegated or winning the championship or not. Do you understand? I totally agree with you. It's that
a
conversely.
bad manager can make like impact the team
Oh,
negatively
like a car
very
crash.
easily,
Yeah,
but making a positive impact is difficult, and it is a smaller
I
add-on.
agree 100%. So I totally get it. Yeah,
All right,
it's
gentlemen, let me give those in the chat the microphone and come
Yeah,
back
and
in
yeah.
panel
coach,
so
Sorry.
that Bobby can
coach
speak.
Bobby,
Because
Bobby,
next now Bobby will sue me.
Is
Bobby
Um,
Bobby on the
Kishan,
line?
yeah, he's
Bobby
been here
Kishan.
for like 10 years ago and he hasn't said the word. Next
Oh,
thing
Oh,
now,
hola,
he's
okay.
telling me
Bobby. I
Sir,
didn't
my
I
know
forgot
that.
to
algorithm
thank
just wanted
you
to
and
remind
you
you.
and JC. Jerry
My
Z, were you saying something?
Yes, my algorithm just triggered to remind you that Bobby, Kishan, and DJ are patiently waiting in the queue.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
definitely. You're
apologize,
the
gentlemen.
co-host, Jerry,
Oh,
so you
sorry,
can always bring them in. But
coach.
let me just catch up. Let me catch up on a bit of what we
I
have in
will
the
drop
chat here,
out
please.
for the moment, and then I will listen to them.
All right, no problem. Thank you, Jersey. And Chelsea Dan, nice to see you there. I hope you're doing well. Chelsea Boy is also in the house. Let's see anything else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, and we have that's exactly where the club is right now. Don't forget.
What?
I don't like you one bit. You are there, definitely. So, Supreme Court was asking me what's the meaning of H gang. You've been an OG, you should know it's our thing. We joke with it. So if you're still listening, nothing bad there. It's just the way we joke here. We joke around a lot with that. But I hope you didn't take that personal. So I didn't curse you or say anything. Let's see what else we have here. In the last 2 years, Brighton have a better record against the top 6 than Chelsea. Wow, okay, I didn't know that. Let's see what else we have. MK saying it's not easy to dominate teams with three at the back in the EPL, mainly because of the numerical advantage in the middle. Three at the back is mostly a counter-attacking system. It depends on the application. Under Thomas Tuchel, it wasn't a counter-attack approach. It was more of him adding more attacking players, employing attacking more attacking players as wing backs. If you've been following that situation, so let me see quickly. I want to catch up and bring on Bobby as soon as possible here. Bobby, just give me a few seconds. Morning to you, to Chelsea Blue. My only hope with RGZ, he's Italian, and Chelsea with Italian managers have been, yeah, we've been lucky with them. They've been our lucky charm. If you go back to Vieri, the guy that won us the first Champions League. Why do I keep forgetting his name? Says a first De Zerbi signing well back. Okay, let's see what happens there. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. I'm gonna scroll past quite a lot there. If I see anything, let's see what he has to say there. Why don't you share with us the manager you suggest on Twitter yesterday? Yeah, Sam Allardyce. And you think I'm not serious?
Big Sam.
Big Sam was the second one. First, I shared Lampard. I said, the sort of thing people do on Twitter. Chelsea fans, hear me out.
Big Sam
And
indeed.
and one guy told me, "We're deaf. we, we can't hear you." All right, keep dropping the likes on the stream, and we have Chelsea. Then, when we get De Zerbi, I'm telling you, Casado are gonna leave. No, he had a good relationship with him. If anything, probably chances are he wants him to join us, and Mudrik will most definitely want him to join us because he played his best football under him. There are a multitude of reasons where people are suggesting, yeah, most definitely the next manager will be De Zerbi. And apologies, we have too many comments, a lot. We appreciate that, and we don't turn on slow mode here. We don't. So I'll try to get the best I can. We don't turn on slow mode because we know some of you in the chat there do have good conversations with the community members, and you have every right to do that. Enjoy that. I will be looking for comments that are aligned with what we're discussing. 1 year from now, De Zerbi, let me see what that one says. 1 year from now, De Zerbi will be sacked. Cleric meet Gobblers. Wow. He was the manager. There's only 3 elite managers in the world. We need an up and coming manager next. Okay. Let's say anything else. So I just say keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Namaya Forwiller, I did see you in the comment there, but there's just a lot to read. I haven't forgotten about you. You know I love you and I respect you, bro. And thank you for always finding the time to join us here. Roberto De Zerbi is known for his scripted football, right? Intricate passing and all that. How to win if opponents figure you figure your script, you're done. Yeah, that's a good one there. I like that one there. Let's see. The fan base are finished too. Okay, not just the owners, not just the club, right? I mean, I think it makes sense if you're saying the club is finished. It also does make sense to say that the fan base are finishing. Constantine done too. Lateness is greatness. You don't have discipline at all. And tomorrow you tell me I'm the one that doesn't have discipline. I'm just going to bring you on, Bobby, and I'll try to get your subsequent contributions in the chat, especially if it's aligned. There's a response to Roger here from Vic, RPR personnel here. What does he say? Vic is saying, gosh, where is it? Give me 1 second here. Vic is saying, no, Roger, there's no risk here. We will win the Champions League before you blink because they are managers on the up. I know you've been sarcastic there, but who's to say that that's not going to happen? The beautiful game, I'm actually agreeing with Roger. Do you really? I want you to disagree with them. Here's a link to my bro's YouTube channel, Blue Clouds Media. Please go check it out. He streams every day and will probably be streaming in about 3 hours. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. Do the same for Jerry Z. Let's help them get, again, Jerry Z get monetized as soon as possible, please. I'll be skipping a lot of comments right there. Bobby, let's hear you. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this morning. I do hope you're doing well. And IBZ, if you're listening, it's all love. We miss you. But we know you have other priorities. And hopefully you've recovered fully after going under the knife. And if you have anybody celebrating birthday today and you want us to shout them out, go ahead, put it in the chat, and I'll do that once I find it there. Let's hear you, Bobby, if you're there.
Big up Jerry Z. I know Jerry Z was trying to get me to talk because Coach doesn't want me to say anything because he knows what I'm going to say.
Bobby, I
Yeah.
apologize. I didn't know. I had verbal diarrhea and I didn't know.
This guy,
Sorry,
no, it
Bobby.
wasn't you. I know Coach. He knows I
Yeah.
know what he's about. And yeah, you know.
Okay.
But
Hola,
it's all
Bobby.
Yeah,
good.
always.
It's all good. Listen, guys, listen. Honestly, I got to talk to the Chelsea fan base. Look, listen, what is this? Where did we get these people from? This isn't the Chelsea I know. You know, Roger made a point about Arnie Slot. Yeah, maybe Liverpool fans are a little bit worried because he's the new kid on the block, but you will not hear one of them, not one, whinging, moaning, spewing negativity. They hold their peace till they see what happens. Wait and see. What's all this? All I hear is negative stuff thrown at the club by the social media fan base. I've got one guy who we all know very well attacking me, saying, "Oh, I'm giving out misinformation." All
Is
this
that Coach?
nonsense. No, it's coach's right hand man. He is all this non attacking me. I told this guy, "Look, go and be happy." Crikey, if Chelsea really, gets you that badly, go support somebody else. Nobody's forcing you to pretend to be a Chelsea fan, which I seriously believe is doing. But you know what? This is not support, lads. Come on. Come on. Thank God for the stadium going fans who know how to support the club. Even when things look shaky, that's when your voice comes out the loudest. Yes, this is uncharted territory per se. Yes, it is a little bit I won't even use the word concerning. It is a little bit, odd. We're looking at a situation where people are wondering, well, we don't know about this, but nothing has happened yet. Yeah, McKenna he doesn't really look the part. Yeah, perhaps the same could be said about Maresco, but we know this new Chelsea setup, how they like to throw smoke screens around what they're really doing. Personally, as I've said, I do think it's De Zerbi or Amorim, since they're waiting for Amorim's cup final to finish. I think it's today. So I think it's either one of those two. Am I excited about both of them? No. I'm slightly of the opinion that of the two of them, De Zerbi probably seems more qualified. But the first thing that Giza has to do is address his words about only wanting to perform rather than win. That isn't Chelsea talk. And we need to see him as a winner if he's given the job. Amarin, I don't know much about. Yeah, Portuguese football and all that. Yeah, I'll be more interested in the assisting staff that's with them. And I've said categorically, I want to see Chelsea people there. That will inspire my confidence more in this model. The model is here to stay. It is the
Yeah.
way football is going at the moment. We've seen company at Bayern Munich. It's had its here we go. I think he's signing the contract right now as we speak. He is the Bayern Munich coach. It's an experiment for them. We've seen Arteta doing well at Arsenal. We've seen Thiago Motta going to Juventus. It is only going to gather momentum. The only reason why Napoli haven't done it and gone for Antonio Conte is one, Napoli's chairman is very much of that ilk. He's into the old guys and always has been. So they've not had a sort of reshuffle and rethink and how he's going to sustain the huge financial outlays that come with the likes of Conte and so on and the wage bills. I don't know. It's their problem, not our problem. But we're trying to address PSR. We're trying to be a self sustaining club. We have to go through the process of doing it, and it's not always going to be comfortable. That's building. I'm mortified at the level of attack on the club, the whinging, the moaning. My goodness me, did Roman really spoil us that much? Or have we just got a whole new
Apparently,
yeah, have we just got a whole new, group of Bobby, bite your tongue, bite your tongue. But
Yeah, please bite
entitled
it.
millennials.
individuals, let me speak politely. Entitled, the level of entitlement is extraordinary. Look, life sometimes you got to suffer to win. If you're trying to become a prize fighter, you go through a grueling training process, which isn't fun, which is punishing. You ask the greatest fighters in the world, none of them enjoy waking up at 4 a.m. to go to the gym, or rather, and neither are we. Let's
Who
see what
dares
these
wins.
guys are going to do. Exactly. Exactly, Roger. I want to hear more heart, not fear, panic. I want to see the fan base be as we expect of the team. Let's look at the reality, face the reality, and walk into it fearlessly and see what happens. It hasn't failed. You know what I mean? So, if that happens, then there can be the whinging. But the thing is, if that happens and people start whinging, it looks boring because they've been whinging all along. It becomes like wallpaper. What else is new? Change the record. You know what I mean? But if you've not been whinging all the time, and if things do go wrong, please God, it doesn't, then we can listen to what you're saying. Look, Man United and Man City, the battle of the
No
corruptions.
swearing, Bobby.
The battle of the corrupt teams played it out in the FA Cup final yesterday. I had a feeling United would probably win it. Poch, everybody knows how. uh, what's his name? Guardiola kind of overthinks finals. That's not new with him. And
There's some
another
bad
thing,
refereeing too. That was a
well,
penalty.
you know,
The takedown.
it was, but I have no empathy for either of those sides. As I said,
Ditto, mate.
is one that's more corrupt than the other wins. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Well, they won the battle of corruption. So, Guardiola overthinks things. I think he's also getting a little bit jaded with constantly winning. I think that can become a little bit of a tedium, and he got his just desserts. The implications on us is Conference League. Now, I've thought about this, and I don't think it's a bad thing for this fledgling team as an introduction to Europe. I think the Conference League is probably about right for them. Now they've got to go there and win it. Period. You know what I mean? But it's a good exercise and a good introduction into the coming World Club Cup.
It does present a huge issue, Bobby, financially. Given how much you spend for transportation and everything, the
Well,
prize money isn't even close to covering it. So
well,
that is
um,
a serious issue.
well, it is some money, isn't it? It
But
is some
yeah,
money.
you end up spending more than you can make from the competition. That's why we're hearing that that's a chance we're not going to accept playing in the
Can you hear
competition.
me?
Yeah,
Well, I
yeah,
think
Jerry, we can hear
that's
you. Jerry, go
I
out.
think
Jerry,
the
we
voice
yeah.
can.
is perhaps the network
uh,
is breaking, so I'm not sure. Roger, can you hear the audio?
I can hear
Maybe.
you clearly. Let me just finish my point now. Shut up and walk out and
No,
stuff
no,
like that.
of
Look,
course.
uh,
I
uh,
only asked
No, no,
because
Bobby,
the audience
Bobby is saying
were
uh,
welcome, Bobby.
complaining
We're
that
having a
the
conversation. Yeah,
audio
go
is
ahead.
breaking. So please go ahead, sir.
sure. I mean, look, the prize money, the cost, whether they'll be doing it at a loss. Look, sometimes you have to look at value, the value in prestige,
Bigger
and
picture.
exactly. And there's a reason why you have sponsorships. I know that the sponsorship hasn't yet been settled for next season, and the sponsorship should take into covering that cost into consideration. So I would be surprised if they decline to go into the competition. I don't see it as their way, to be honest. I really don't. So I think if we are in it, as I believe we should be, we should embrace it. It is an excellent opportunity for these youngsters to ease themselves into top flight European football. Um, in By going into the third tier of the European competition, I don't see any shame in that. I think it's important for them. And if the flights are not covered by the prize money, you have to ask yourself this. Well, look, if you don't win it anyway, you would have spent money and wasted money on not getting anything. So why not get something, subtract what you get by winning it, and cover it with your sponsors? It's very important to maintain the prestige of the club. This is the problem with Pochettino, and probably why now I really have no regrets to him going. I really don't. Because if you look at Ten Hag, two trophies in 2 seasons with bad management and finishing as poorly as they did, and Pochettino had one chance, one almighty chance with the opponents on their knees just to deliver the knockout punch, and he couldn't do it. He failed at the Carabao Cup, clearly. And but yeah, we can talk of the penalty kick and all that, but honestly, he failed at the FA Cup too. We were meant to be at that final against Man United. So losing trophies is not acceptable, especially when they're there to be won. That Carabao Cup was there for the winning. He's not a winner. He's a trainer, but he's not a winner. So we don't need that. So let's look at what else is coming in and just hope they make the right call. As I say, I don't fancy any of them, but I'm realistic to know that we're going to get one of them, whether we
Yeah.
like it or not. And let's hope we get the best one and let's see what happens. They may end up doing it for us and giving us the success we so crave, need, and deserve.
Yeah.
Shut up, man.
It looks like Jerry Z wants to come in as soon as possible to
Sure.
start asking the questions from there. But Roger, quickly, can you address?
Coachella, I think
Sorry,
you're
Coach.
muted.
When I attack you, I'm joking, right? It's not a
No, I don't know. It
No,
breaks
you
my
got me.
heart.
Okay. All right.
No,
I
I just
Yeah.
asked because the audience were saying for a few minutes that the audio is not
Okay.
clear. So that's
anyway,
the only reason.
I'm quiet now. I'm listening to you guys. I
Okay.
might go get a cup of tea.
Roger, that question on the
So
screen,
Roger, if
direct.
you want to go ahead, I don't know if Coachella is here.
Yeah.
I'm here. Can you hear
Can you
me?
not hear? Can you not hear each other?
No, for some reason. Can you hear
Roger, can
him?
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear both of you.
Okay,
Okay,
Unfortunately.
Richard,
so
go
maybe I
ahead
need to
and ask the
log
question
back
there.
in.
Jerry Z, maybe you need to go out and come back in. Richard, go ahead. The question on the screen directed
Yeah.
at you. Let's hear you.
So basically, he's asking for the thoughts on the goalkeeper situation. You know, if De Zerbi is indeed hired, even Petrovic for that matter, is he under risk? Yeah, I think to a certain extent, when a new manager slash head coach arrives, he all the slates are clean basically. Everyone has to fight for their position again. That's generally why you get what is commonly known as a coach, a bump in the coaching um, performances because of a new coach. And you know, let's. I think, in my opinion, he's not an elite goalkeeper as of yet, but he's very young. He's years away from entering his prime.
The
Um,
potential is there.
the potential for me, yes, and you could see he was getting better for the most part. He had two wobbly halves, I believe, out of half the season, which is admirable. Because you look at the best keepers in the Premier League this year, they have all, and I mean all, made serious faux pas that have led to goals, and he really hasn't for the most part, other than that near post incident. But yeah, I think I'm not sure what his preference would be. Um, you know, I don't know. I personally believe, especially when you consider A, how fluid our defensive line was with regards to player selection due to injuries for the most part. He never really had a settled back four or back two at the very least in the interior. So when you look at that in conjunction with a very young team and a porous midfield that at times didn't protect that back line, I think he's done very well to improve. When you compare him to, let's say, Onana, who I consider a very good goalkeeper, but he has made errors and errors. He's made great, spectacular saves also. His distribution is as good as it comes, but he hasn't exactly covered himself in glory. And when I compare him to the other, goalkeepers, I honestly believe that he's done very well. You put a solid, gelled defensive line in front of him, he will excel even more so. So I personally believe in the list of priorities that this club needs to address. Goalkeeper is far down the list, in my opinion. That
It
doesn't
is
mean
indeed.
to, that doesn't mean to say that we can't upgrade, but I would be comfortable. I think he's good enough to make top four or even be on a winning championship side. I think he's that good. He's not elite, but he's shown. Listen, it's his first year in the country, first year in the league, and it's a big it's a big adjustment, and I think he's done well. He has to do it over a far greater amount of time, in my opinion, and improve slowly but surely. But no, I wouldn't look to replace him currently.
Yeah.
However, I must say though, if any opportunity, listen, assuming financially we can, but I think once the other areas have been addressed, like the centre back, if it does indeed require addressing, and a number nine and maybe a left winger, once the other areas of concern have been addressed, I see no reason not to upgrade if indeed we can afford to. I think every player in this squad should be worried for their position because that's what a new coach should instill. And I love that expression that Poch said: "You're getting paid to train. Whether you're good enough to start, that's determined by how well you train." And I love that. Shall we say mindset?
No, I don't block people because of their opinions. I haven't got. Here's the thing. What I do every day is read your opinion and give you my counter response. That's what we do here. If you know you're joking. I wouldn't like it if we all agree. It definitely, that'd be a sign something isn't quite right. The competition starts in August. We are also playing Real Madrid and City at the beginning of August. Two all friendly matches. So I like it. High profile friendly matches. So I'll take that. Let's see what else do we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Rain being successful and winning brings in the money. It's as simple as that. You can't tell me they want profit and not want to win. It just doesn't work like that. It's a result-driven business. Without winning, you're not getting anything. That's just my opinion. We have been linked with Trafford from Burnley. Maybe De Zerbi is indeed the incoming manager. But Trafford, why do you say? Can you elaborate, Vic? I'd really like to know why you think that's the case. Sanchez is on a 7-year contract. It'd be hard to sell him, but we can terminate his contract. It depends on how much he's earning yearly. I think we have a problem there. If eventually De Zerbi emerges as a new manager, then we have a serious situation. But I think you would think that Sanchez would want to be playing. So irrespective of how much he's earning monthly and the possibility of him getting the payoff, should we decide, you know what, we're canceling the contract. I don't know what's going to happen anyway, but we'll find out. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes that do go a long way in this. So I address. I'm going to scroll past quite a few. All right, Bobby, see you when you come back. Anything big up? Anything else? Yeah,
But coach, we're going to need 2 keepers because we are literally in the next 12 months or 13 months.
Yeah, how many do we have now?
Sorry, sir.
You say we're going to need. We have 3, right? But go ahead with what you're explaining. Yeah. Do you mean like 2 top level keepers?
Yeah, 2 competing, in my opinion, competing keepers, because we're going to be in 5 tournaments in the next 13 months. 2 domestic, 3 domestic technically, the league, and 2 domestic trophies in addition to Europe and then World FIFA Club. So you can't expect a keeper to play each and every game, especially if we go deep into the domestic cups. And B, there's a thing called injuries, as I'm sure we're all well acquainted with, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. So we're going to need at least 2, you know.
Yeah.
And I think Sanchez is good enough to be a cup keeper, to be a rotational keeper. I think he's good enough. I don't know about his confidence levels, because confidence levels can drop when a keeper is benched, you know. Conversely, they can come out firing like Kepa did. It all depends. I don't know his mindset.
Yeah, Rich Money is saying all potential managers want to keep Chalobah. Even the club would want to keep him, I think. I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. Anything else? Dress here, Bob is coming there. That he's coming back in a bit. Let me see. Responding to Rain. Okay, they're having a good conversation there. Things you like to see. Jay saying Petrovic is not really good in playing from the back, and hence it said. I said he's under risk. I think the least of my concerns about Petrovic is his ability to play from the back. I think he's just probably. I'm just going to leave it at that, but we'll find out whether the manager that comes and keeps him or not.
Sorry, Coach. Do you think he's not capable of playing out from the back?
I think he is. I think probably he's just still being a bit cautious because the fact that the team isn't properly rehearsed right now, there are lots of room for mistakes if you try to play from the back.
Yeah, I think he's an upgrade over Sanchez from playing out from the back, in my opinion.
I wouldn't disagree with that because we've seen that ourselves. We're playing in UEFA Conference League. Yep. Ty, big up. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. We need 2 starting 11s, a league squad and a cup squad. Let's see what they do here.
I agree.
Anything else to address here that I haven't talked about? These people having a conversation. My boss never wanted Sanchez. I was asking questions at the time, and he started well. He did well, but a lot of wobbly moment that has led to people saying, "Nah, he's not the one." Leeds are losing a goal to nothing. I think we should be rounding up soon so that people can go watch that game. I'm sure coaches will cry when they look at their bench and have Gusto, Badiashile, Fofana, Marieke, Lavia as subs. So cry. So if you're counting one of the reasons why a coach will cry, you're counting Augusto. Okay, you're entitled to your opinion, but you say it the way you say it, and I say it the way I say it. Anything else I address here, saying, okay, the Chelsea fans that are doing the protest that they were supposed. I don't care about the protest. I don't want to be part of it. They planned it, and I saw something saying that they've cancelled it entirely, saying if the Zerbi comes, the goalkeeper has to be good on playing from the back, be somewhat of a three at the back approach. And I don't think that goalkeeper will be Sanchez, in my opinion. It should be easy. Okay, you're having a good conversation there. Beyond that, Jerry Z, where you have any questions, ask so that we can call it a day and go watch the game, the playoffs. Let's see. Big up to you, to the panelists. Congratulations on the new arrival once again. Thank you, and thank you to Jude who is in here. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. Jerry Z, if you're still there, you wanted
Yeah.
to ask questions?
Yeah, so I'll ask Roger because we were talking about the goalkeepers. So, and
Yeah, go
of
ahead.
course, I also agree that if possible in the financial framework, that we should, I mean, if it allows us to go for the, you can say number one, the elite, because goalkeeper is very important, if we have to progress. Petrovic, of course, I agree, he played well, but in the last two, like when he was replaced by Sanchez, he did well initially, but his later part of the season, I think it was an average performance. It was still concerning, but I know he's new. There are question marks, but again, to his defense, the entire team has to grow. We know it will be a rebuild next season. But so I would like to ask Roger, who can understand the goalkeeping aspects better than most of the people, that what do you think? And you have discussed on the last podcast very briefly. So can you, for the audience, can you analyze and give your opinion on Emmy Martinez, who I believe is the top three goalkeeper in the world? The price is around 60 to 70 million,
Phew.
according to the transfer market analysis or the prediction. So, do you think he would fit in if we can if it allows for the financials to go for such a profile? Do you think he'll fit the Chelsea squad?
He's a mammoth of a man. Not a woolly mammoth, but a mammoth of a man. He's huge.
You,
He's
you had to correct that, right?
yeah. I just realized after I said it, it's like, whoa. Let me differentiate there. No, he's a world class keeper. He's massive. For someone this tall, this big, with such a big frame, usually it's very hard for a keeper to get down low fast. And he does that inordinately well for someone of his size. His wingspan is massive. He's also a great penalty stop keeper. He's prone to, let's put it this way. I wouldn't say his forte is with his feet and distribution, but he's capable. But he's a dominant keeper, I would say. I would definitely agree. That's an upgrade. Um, I'm not sure about his injury history though. I know. I think he didn't he have like a shoulder injury last year or the year before. I forget. But listen, he's someone that can set the tone. You just look at Liverpool prior to them getting their keeper and their dominant centre back. They that made the difference. That put them over that finish line, so to speak. I'm not saying if we get Martinez, he won't get us the league, but these fine margins, he will definitely be, I believe, an upgrade. I can't see him playing 38 games and conceding 62 goals. Let's put it that way. I'm not saying that Petrovic was liable or Sanchez was liable for all those, because our line was, let's be honest, horrible consistently for the most part. But I think he can make a difference and instill confidence in his back line. Of course, he's in his prime. I'm not sure what his age is, but I would consider him an upgrade by far. But then again, doesn't that stymie, Petrovic's advancement, shall we say, his growth, perhaps? But then again, having said that, if he's our cup keeper, he'll get plenty of rotational use as long as we go deep into the domestic trophies. But yeah, I can see the pluses, but assuming we're within the financial framework of PSR, then why not? But if the reports are as true that we are cutting it close, then I feel that other areas of the squad definitely need to be addressed prior to Petrovic being replaced. I'll be honest with you. I would definitely prefer that 60, 70 million either going towards or being spent on a number 9 or a great defensive midfielder or a left winger. I really feel that the spine of the team, minus the keeper, needs to improve more than anything, especially that centre back. That doesn't mean to say that, what's his name, Fofana comes back and maybe Badiashile, maybe Colwell, whomever, Disasi can partner them and be a formidable pairing. I don't know, but whatever happens, whether that means adding someone or maybe working on the current crop of centre backs we have, but that needs to improve. Otherwise, gentlemen, we're going to be leaking goals for fun yet again. I cannot stress that enough. To me, this is our Achilles heel, is the centre of that bloody defence. We've been leaking goals, and until that's fixed, you should not set your expectation levels that high, because yeah, I guess we can outscore other people if we get like a number 9 and we start to gel up front. But generally speaking, that will catch up with you. You want to be a very airtight defense if you wish to succeed on a week in, week out basis in the league. If you want to go far, listen, not too many teams win the league with a leaky defense. I think we can safely agree on that.
Yep. Jerry, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Bobby, yeah, go ahead. Bobby, I don't know if Bobby is there. If he wants to answer the question on the screen, or Jerry, if you have another question, ask it. But it looks like Bobby's connection isn't stable. It's really shaky that it's you can see that it's spinning around. But Bobby, if you're there, that's a question for you on the screen.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Yes.
Jerry, you can
All
hand
right.
over the question to him.
Coach doesn't seem to
I
hear
think
me.
there's a problem with
Okay, so Bobby, can you hear
Oh,
me?
hang on. Wait, I can hear everybody. Wait, I've got you both on 2 devices. Maybe that's the problem.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, so the question is, yes, the
Yeah.
question for you is if De Zerbi comes, what happens to Sanchez? He had a frosty relationship with De Zerbi at Brighton.
Yeah, just before I answer that, I just want to address the previous question to Roger that Emi Martinez, I think it'll be very difficult to get him now because Villa has Champions League football and he'll probably want to stay for that. I mean, who knows?
You
But
don't think money? You don't think
it
more
will
money
be
is into
tricky,
that?
but it's not impossible. Right. If De Zerbi comes, what will happen to Sanchez? Well, I think Sanchez is going to be benched whoever comes. He's not good enough, period. De Zerbi and Sanchez, did they fall out? I don't know. Possibly. It happens in football. De Zerbi will know he's at Chelsea when he comes, but he will also know that Mudrik's there and he will also know that Caicedo's there. These are his former players. He didn't fall out as such with either of them. But this happens in football. I like it. I don't. Football is not about overt sentimentality. This is where the fan base come in. All this, oh, I like this player, I like this player. I like to win, and so do the managers, and so do the owners, and so do the sporting directors. Your feelings have nothing to do with it. So
Yeah.
if you're not good enough, you're benched. If you want to go, fine, we find you a club. It's as simple as that. I heard Coach was saying something about Sanchez and his wages. I don't think his wages are that big. We don't have that big wage structure for new players as such. Not the players bought last season. So his wage structure would be manageable. What I see is if we do get a top class ready goalkeeper, because I do believe in Petrovic. I think he's excellent, but he's developing like all the others. He's a kid. And in terms of goalkeepers, at his age, he's a blooming fetus, if I borrow Roger's terms. So he has a little bit of learning. I think he's done excellently. I think I was on a platform where people were trying to claim he doesn't come out and collect the balls. I think he does. He will only get better, and with a set piece coach, he will get better still. He's got a year's Premier League experience now, having come from America. He is very much part of, if not Chelsea's future. So he's a mainstay, definitely a number two, if not a number one. If De Zerbi's there, I would expect of him to make, if a new goalkeeper comes in, that's number one, well, that just means Sanchez is number three. If we don't have someone coming in, that just means he's number two, and a very dodgy number two for that matter. He's not, he shouldn't be at the club. So I don't
I agree.
care. Yeah, I don't care how he feels. It's that now. If he suddenly starts balling it out and playing from the back and being solid, then he wins a place. This is football. This is top flight football. We're not here to wipe your tears. We're here for the best to break through at Chelsea, and we're here for winning. So if you can't take it, well, find another club. Good luck with that, because I don't
And
think
don't drop
anybody
yet,
wants
Bobby.
to.
Here's a
Yeah,
Bobby, if you can hear me. Here's a
yeah, I can
follow-up
hear you.
question on the screen, which says, "What if De Zerbi, if that is, let me just remix that a bit. If eventually De Zerbi emerges as a new manager and he wants to keep, we have a new elephant in the room, or woolly mammoth in the
Hmm.
room, Kepa Arrizabalaga. What happens?" And I'm not sure how much he has left on his current contract, but go ahead. I
I think
think
then
That,
I
that,
this
saw that and I had to highlight it immediately because I think it aligns with the
yeah.
question you just
It,
answered right now.
It does, and that's a very good question. Now, De Zerbi, that would surprise me, because De Zerbi used to rub his hands at playing against Kepa, if not last season, the season before, when Brighton were getting the better of us. I think Kepa was easy meat for them. They would all know his weaknesses, and if he can choose to keep Kepa, first of all, will Kepa want to stay? Because even if he keeps Kepa, one or two of his traditional mistakes, and he will end up as number two behind Petrovic. So I don't see that. I think it's better for Kepa to go, certainly for our wage bill situation. And I'm pretty sure the sporting directors will encourage that. However, having said that, it was quite interesting to see um, that Pochettino tried to use Kepa as a number one. It was only when he got Sanchez and he thought, okay, there's a bigger, better wingspan goalkeeper. Kepa go to number two, and then Kepa decided he wants to walk. But I think that's a very good question. De Zerbi and Kepa, I don't see it. I don't look at De Zerbi as a foolish man. And if he does that, then he's going to just get the Chelsea fan base back up, which won't help him because it's not a good move.
Hmm. Roger, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I pretty much agree. Listen, I know Bobby's not that high on Kepa. I am, but it seems
Sorry.
to me that he's
I'll
only
be
had
back. I'm
one
listening.
really. You got it, mate. I believe he's had one really good season with Chelsea where I thought he played out of his socks. From what I've heard, though, he certainly hasn't played like that in Spain. And Bobby's right. This is all about performance, performing at a very high level, and we should have no favorites or emotions. It's the club first and foremost. It just so happens that certain people play for the club and they need to be able to play at a high level. You know, it's that simple. If we wish to succeed going forward, we just can't afford to have any passengers, as the saying goes. And trust me, at times it feels like we've been driving a great big bus for passengers, and you know who they are. And I don't know, that needs to stop. It needs to stop. We need players to be competing in every position for a starting place, and I mean everybody, and that includes Palmer, that includes whomever, you know. They shouldn't be sitting back on their laurels, on their heels, feeling safe, because I think that's a major reason why Sterling stopped performing at a level. If you notice, since being benched and or not playing for 12, 13 games, guess what? As a sub, when he came on, he was performing because he wasn't guaranteed a starting place anymore. And that seeps in, that complacency seeps in, whether it's subconsciously or consciously. It's human nature. And especially when they're young, and this is a young squad, especially now Silva's left. It's a bunch of freaking embryos. And guess what? We're going to need each player not to feel comfortable week in, week out, if we want to succeed at the highest level. It's that simple.
Yeah, Jerry, go ahead. I think I'm not quite sure if somebody can help us and find out how much he has left on his current contract.
I
But go
thought
ahead,
it
Jerry.
was.
You
I
have any other
thought this.
questions there? Go
I
ahead.
thought this. I thought this year, coach. I mean, the 24-25 season coming up. I thought it was his final year under contract, unless there's a +1. I don't remember that, but I could be
The
wrong.
chances are he gets to leave as a free agent.
Within 12 months, yeah. I think this is he's entering his last season, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
I'm not
That's
sure how much we could get for him. Now, had he been playing as a regular and at a high level for Real Madrid, I believe we could have, sold him for 20, 30 plus million. I don't know what the going rate would have been. But right now, I don't think we can give him away. Especially, A, because of the length of contract that's remaining, and B, his wages. It's just a poor acquisition by Granevskaya, wasn't it? Let's be
and
honest.
clearly, oh my god, the way Madrid sent him back, I think he probably be regretting to have joined them. Talk about what will happen with Gallagher, Ben Chilwell, Martin, and Trevor. I don't know. We don't know. Everything comes down to the reference preference of the manager that comes in. Roman made sure it goes the right way with the right intentions. Let's see what happens there. So the owners, our directors. Well, okay, I'm not sure what to make of that one. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Excellent question indeed. Yep. Tamida Alunwa, big up coach, and a big up to you too. I hope you're doing well. And I appreciate you finding the time to join the show this particular morning. De Zerbi rotated his goalkeepers a lot this season. I wasn't paying attention. Let's see. So, Tamida is saying, so now that our fate has been handed to us, thanks to Man United unbelievable trashing of Man City. Yeah, you can argue they outplayed them, irrespective of how bad anybody thinks the officiating was. Who are you guys seeing to be managing this Conference League team next season? I don't know. I'm not too sure who's going to take over. If anybody else on the panel has anything to say with regards to this comment on the screen, you go ahead. Otherwise, I'm going to skip it. I don't have anything to say, honestly. It's everywhere right now. And some people are even telling us that we're now trying to reach out to Xavi, the former Barcelona manager. I don't know if anybody, once again, anybody on the panel has anything to add to that?
What about a new manager?
Yeah. Saying who do you think takes over? That's the question, practically.
Did you run a poll, by the way, for either what people think will be hired or what they were?
People
Just to
people
update,
62%
I think
chose Derby,
all
and the
signs.
rest. Go ahead, Jerry. Can Jerry
No,
still?
asking Roger. So, in my analysis and opinion, I'm very strong opinion. My opinions are very strong. Like, I don't shy away. So, I'm not saying it's 100%, but in my analysis, observation, reading between the lines, I will say all evidence points towards De Zerbi. So, Roger, if that's the case, have you warmed up to De Zerbi, and what's your message to the fans if De Zerbi comes in?
Believe it or not, I'm not joking. I'm very open-minded. I don't have a preference against any of these or a bias against any of these people. I'm going to give him a brand new slate, a clean slate, and see exactly what he can do. You know where I come from, where my logic lies. I believe that coaches / managers should be given time to gel, to get the right equation, to get the right balance, however you want to term it, for them to, especially if we're going to change to a back three, that's going to be, it's going to take time to acclimate, etc., and to understand the philosophy for the players. I don't have any negatives to say about him other than the fact that I'm just fed up by a beware from Brighton. That's the only thing. Other than that, all joking aside, I think from what I've seen from statistics that he ticks a lot of boxes. I would welcome him, and I would be very open-minded with regards to not having a preconceived notion. I would judge him on how the team plays throughout the season, and accordingly. So I think as a fan base, listen, I'm from another generation, as you can tell, and I believe we should be more patient, but I don't believe this fan base has that kind of patience, especially with this century with our previous regime owners. They were trigger happy, and this new regime seems to be even more trigger happy to a certain extent. Yes, extenuating circumstances, I get it, but I just feel that I would really welcome for Chelsea to have a long-term coach, 5 to 10 years. Will we ever see that in our lifetimes? I'm not so sure. But I would say to the fan base, be open-minded, support him, because guess what? He wants to win, no matter who it is, whether it's De Zerbi or Frankenstein. I have no idea. But whoever it is, I think we need to be behind him and be tolerant and supportive. We can't be booing him. We can't be negative and attacking him either on social media or the players, because it does filter down to them. They are not blind to what's going on. We've seen that this year. They've acknowledged that. And so I would say, but let's be fans. Let's not be so destructive and negative. I think it's counterproductive. And if you really are a fan, then, unless it's blatantly poor where we're losing 10-0 every week, then okay, I concede that. But you get what I'm saying. I believe that this fan base needs to change if we want to succeed.
Correct. I concur. And very briefly,
Just one second, Jerry. That was very well said by Robert.
absolutely, absolutely, always very well said. 99.9%, 99.9%, Roger is correct. I'll say that. Well,
But it's not
perhaps
going to
Roger knows
happen, though. It's not going
which
to
point I'm
happen.
saying. Which point, right? We can always talk that on sometime later. So, for De Zerbi, right? For De Zerbi, all I'll say that if I can open up, because I was always saying on the social media that I don't want De Zerbi if Poch is sacked, right? And
Right.
I try to be rational, right? And sometimes I'm you can say very expressive. And then I had a chat. I referred to someone said, "Come on, Jerry, why are you have closed your eyes for De Zerbi just because you lost 4 times to Pochettino? Your reasoning is flawed, and because he had a bad season, you back Pochettino for Tottenham, saying that he didn't have the resources. So yes, we have to take all these factors, variables into consideration. All his key players, McAllister, Caicedo, Levy Kobels of the world were not available, right? Similarly, we can't brand Tuchel to be a bad manager for having a bad season. And then, just to conclude, he ticks a lot of boxes, as Roger said. He has worked with 4 to 5 players who plays for us, right? Have a great relationship with them.
Especially Mudryk.
Mudryk, and also got the best out of Caicedo, right?
Yeah.
Also the relationship with the sporting directors. So if you are in the recruitment firm, you would really look into.
Jerry,
Yes, sir.
Jerry, can I just say something? Sorry for interjecting. The fact that he comes from the team, Brighton and Hove Albion, like his predecessor, Potter, there is going, as well as I do, once he hits a bumpy patch, and it's going to happen, it's only a matter of time. Every manager hits a bumpy patch. They're going to be out with knives for him. They're going to be diminishing him because, he's another Brighton reject, or words to that effect. Had he came from, let's say, Aston Villa or any other team other than Brighton, I feel that he's already walking into this office with a negative, just like Poch was with Tottenham, so to speak. I believe he's already got some negative baggage with him based on the fact that he's coached Brighton, because we had already recently a Brighton manager that didn't succeed. And I think that's not going to bode well for him. That's not logical, but that's just how the fan base is. and I feel that they'll turn on him even faster. That's my concern, which is incorrect. I mean, it's not fair. It shouldn't happen, but I fear that in all likelihood will indeed come to fruition.
It's a great point. I didn't think about that, but that's a valid point. And of course, I hope the sporting directors won't just like neglect or think about it. Oh, if we go for De Zerbi, how he will be welcome? Because you have to look into the sporting aspects. But you're right. Given the history and a good reference to Pochettino, Tottenham, and now De Zerbi, Brighton, and we know the fans as a whole are, they perhaps are okay with De Zerbi, but this Brighton link, right?
Yeah.
And with Potter, as you referred to, with Potter, it didn't work out with so many players.
Has
And
too many negative connotations, in my opinion.
correct, and also they are not so. They don't have a good perspective, or you can say opinion on
Right.
our sporting directors. So that's a good point. If things go downhill, again the fan backlash, which I would say the Chelsea fans are known for, are top on the list,
To
would
say
be
the
there.
least.
So yeah, I mean,
That's the one negative that I can see. The
it's a
fact
huge negative then in that aspect.
yeah, it is, and unfairly so. Let's be honest. I joke about it. Like PTSD from Brighton, but I'm jesting. Honestly, I have no qualms about Caicedo, Potter, Winstanley, etc. It's irrelevant to me. However, the reason why I say it in jest often, probably because it's painful, is the fact that I don't know. It's like, this is Chelsea FC, not Brighton FC, but I'm telling you, this fan base will turn on him. Simple reason that he's following another manager from Brighton that didn't succeed. I feel, in conjunction with the sporting director, as you mentioned, and former other players, I just feel that they will turn on him without him blinking twice. And this
Yes,
is
and
what,
Roger, if
And one
I
thing,
can add to that,
okay, please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
it only again there will be a preconceived notion
yes,
that he isn't good enough for Chelsea. So
yeah.
the slightest of you could say the slightest day signs that something isn't going the right direction, they will turn on him easily. So I agree with you definitely, and I
There's
think
going to be a negative bias, whether they realize it or not. And he's starting from from a negative point of view down the ladder, as opposed to someone coming from another team. And we've seen how this impacts the fan base, and this needs to stop. But I don't think it's going to. So get ready for the roller coaster ride that is Chelsea
Yes.
FC.
And just to give a very small example on, like, of course, it doesn't represent the entire fans, but the fans who don't want De Zerbi, just to give
Oh yeah,
example how they are thinking, and I'm not being disrespectful, but I don't agree to this reasoning. They're posting it in numbers, right? All the fans who don't want De Zerbi, that look, you didn't want Potter, Poch. They're telling the audience that, hey, you were not high on Poch, but why should you go for De Zerbi? Because Poch defeated De Zerbi 4 times in a row. I think it's a very, very flawed and bad argument. Roger, what do you have to say on that? It's a very flawed argument.
can you guys just give me 1 minute to give those in the chat the microphone before they start
sure,
rioting?
sure.
And their leaders are there, Dante and the Beautiful Game, the H Gang members. This is Rich Moneymakers are telling us that, Kepa has 12 months left on his current contract. And Nemaya Fowole is saying, okay, just talking to Temidaya there, and Temidaya also saying, just people having good conversation there. That's good to see. You don't have to wait for us. The board has Connor a deal already, coach. Yeah, I didn't know that really, but thank you for telling me. And Kepa is on his final season under contract. So it's a very complicated situation for us. And Roger, what do you call an Italian? Leave me alone, my boss. Let's see what else we have here. Don't need a poll. Yeah, we don't need one. I think I agree. Anything else to address? A lot of people having good conversations between them, and that's always nice to see. Anything else? 5-0. Arsenal not enough then. Yeah. Let's see. Poch is gone. We're not negative anymore. So, what a serious justifier right there. Very well said, Roger. Yeah, Roger. Wow, that was a good one from him. That I had to applaud him, even though I don't like him. Turning on the club, yeah, but it didn't work well, so I'm still learning a lot about that. To be that saying, I think there are far more concerns to consider than mere guest analysts that are necessary in this race for manager recruitment, which may be beyond our comprehension here as fans and analysts. I think I agree. There's a lot more to what they're looking in the manager they're going to hire, but we just speak on based on what we know they're looking for. So the content creators who are clickbait merchants, which is why I would just not be all that uptight, no matter who they finally recruit to manage the team. Football now is dictating a far modernized approach and tone than whatever we've had in the past. Tell that to Bobby Fairview, and you would have the whole day to contend with him or argue, debate with him. You guys need to realize that Potter was the reason why we lost to Southampton at home last year. Okay, I'm not sure what to make of that. Potter had Kukurea sizzling, and then became one of our worst players while Potter was here. Ten Hag worked well with Anthony. Look how that turned out. These copy and paste tactics and foolproof. I think I agree. It doesn't matter who the manager is if it doesn't do well results tactically and starts talking like in low budget adult film. I why did I read that? Please leave me alone, Dante. Don't do that to me, please. The logical thing now is that there is a philosophical viewpoint and objective analysis that all prerequisites for the business of football that only those in charge understand. So I give them that. I'm going to support whoever they hire, and I'm going to leave it at that. Can the fans really be held responsible for the sacking of these managers? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no, but maybe you misunderstood who was speaking at the time. You misunderstood what Roger was saying. The errors led to their downfall. Fans support their club with their cash. The club have to start delivering now. Here's the thing. I think Roger was mentioning the fans' behavior towards the club, the manager. I think that can actually have an adverse effect on the team's
And
performance.
players too,
And players,
especially
yeah.
players.
So that can
More
have an
so.
adverse effect on it. I think that was Roger's point, and I know I understand that. So I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. Jerry, go ahead if you have any other question there. The chat is on fire, and I can get everything. De Zerbi is overrated, said Isaiah. That may well be the case. It's not just CFC. All teams, things have changed. But like Roger said the other day, elite managers will still be there. Because even if you start as a young manager, or let me just simplify the language there, maybe I don't know if that's simpler, as an up and coming manager, if you start winning things, you qualify as you become an elite manager at a certain point. There will still be a elite manager, but chances are that clubs will still be going for up and coming managers to save cost. Yeah, it's become business. I get it. Winning should be a priority. Yeah, but part of it, you also have to save costs. Otherwise, you'll be in serious trouble. Rules have changed. A lot have changed. But go ahead if you have any other question
No,
there.
I just want to update that the Roberto De Zerbi odds are slashing. Is overwhelmingly favorite. He was 13 by
Really.
11 now for the last one and a half hour. I just checked the
Now
market,
the
and of
odds
course,
are what? Sorry.
it's 1 by 2, and then second favorite Enzo Maresca is 5 by 1. So something would really go wrong, in my opinion, my analysis. Something would really go wrong for De Zerbi not to be our next manager. Roger
Wow.
1 by 2, and Enzo Maresca second favorite 5/1. So anything you would like to add to that?
Yeah, I'm not giving him a Brighton discount for defending him, by the way. I'm charging full price. Listen, listen, the odds makers usually don't get it wrong. They're usually spot on for whatever reason. Listen, if he is indeed our new manager going forward, I welcome him. I just think we have to be open-minded. I'm watching the West Ham Chelsea game, the second game of the season, and you know what? I'm looking at certain players that we haven't been able to have for the majority of the season, and especially players like Carney. I believe players like that could have made a difference. Listen, injuries is part of the game, but our injury list was so woeful. It's just we have to. I think our number one priority is maintaining a healthy squad, and if we can't do that, doesn't matter who the manager is going to be. It could be Pep himself. He's not winning anything if we have the same amount of injuries.
And just one last thing, I'll just give this perspective. Coachella, I think you asked, some other people asked before in this podcast, in other podcasts, that the first thing, if De Zerbi comes, which I believe will happen, this is just my opinion. I really believe it's going to be De Zerbi. So, anyways, if of course, because it's not official, if he comes, as you said, many other fans are demanding that he should clear that. Why did he say that winning is not important? I won't really look too much into that. It was an interview on Sky, and he was literally struggling with his words. And the lady,
Yeah,
the journalist, I should remember the names, by the way, was trying to uh, help him to come up with what he's trying to say. And then I really felt, I watched that again yesterday. He was thinking, and he said, "Yeah, I think winning is not so important for me." I'm sure Roger can concur, or maybe he can correct me if I'm wrong. That no manager would you can say, no manager would say, okay, let's not win, or let's not win the cup. I believe in his mind there were different things at that moment. Perhaps being in Brighton, I can understand the reference that over here, perhaps going to a top six, being competitive is very important, and that's is the most important thing. That's what I understand. Not at all he's
yeah,
saying that I don't want to win. Roger, please go ahead.
yeah. Listen, um, you have so many people that English is not their mother's tongue, and things are taken out of context. You had Poch, instead of saying minutes, he said millions. It's listen. I'm not a polyglot. I don't speak a wide array of languages. This is why I actually say "ulla" just to. It's self-deprecating humor. I'm making fun of myself because, generally speaking, British people do not learn languages as most other people, and so I feel when you have someone that is speaking, especially at a press conference, I think especially when it's in writing, when you're looking at the quote directly, that there's no body language or tone, you know, or pitch, etc. I think to take things out of context is so easy, even if the person can speak absolutely fluent English, let alone someone that, let's say, it's not their mother's tongue. And so I think I'm sure if he was answering this in Italian, which I believe he is, then guess what? It will be nuanced completely differently. And I don't think we should be doing this often. We've done this and maligned many people for certain quotes that are so out of context because it's not their first language. And listen, I think it's much to do about nothing. I really do.
All right, I'm gonna catch up on what we have in the time, and then we'll call it a day. I think we've gone on for 3 hours. We're getting closer to 4 hours right now, and that's a marathon stream. The problem with this board is that they go back on their word constantly. They literally say that we aren't going to be another Abramovich by constantly sacking managers, but yet they've done exact same thing. Here's the thing: they said that, yeah, but
Can
if
I
things
can I
aren't
speak about that?
working out, you'd have to let the manager go. If
Can
that
I
is, yeah, go ahead.
can I just say something about that? This is, to be honest with you, I don't know whether you recall, but I've been defending these owners far more than I've ever criticized them. And when I say owners, I'm also talking about the sporting directors. I believe, though, that if they do carry on this frequency of dismissing managers or coming to mutual terms, quote unquote, I believe that they're not doing what they stated initially.
Yeah, I
But
think I agree. My point is because they stated they were going to try to, or you could say, achieve a stability in terms of the managers at the club. That doesn't mean if it doesn't work out from their perspective, they're going to keep the manager for the sake of keeping their words.
Yeah, you're looking at, let's say he lasts at least one season. You're looking at 5 permanent managers in the space, well, 4 permanent managers in the space of 3 years, and five, shall we say, including Lampard. I'm not going to use the 1 day manager. What's his name? I forget, from Bruno. I'm not going to include him. That was for 1 day. That's statistically that's an anomaly. So you're looking at the turnover rate. It's exceeding significantly what Abramovich did, which to me is anything but stability. So what's going to happen if this chap isn't a success right off the bat? You're going to swap him again? You can't keep on doing this. Now, obviously, if he's losing prolifically week in, week out, then you have to, obviously. But other than that, I'm sorry, the next decision is vital because you need to stick with him for at least a couple of seasons, assuming that it's on a fine line, not obviously where the manager is failing abysmally, obviously.
Yeah.
And that hasn't been the case. And to be honest with you, this cannot, well, it can continue, but it should not, in my opinion, because we'll be a laughing stock. And not just that, it's going to send what message? No coach in their rightful mind will ever wish to actually coach us because there is no longevity.
Mhm. I'm guessing this is a follow-up comment by Constantine Dante. That's not winning from De Zerbi was in context to Brighton specifically that they wanted him for. So I'm not sure I understand that, but I'm just going to go. Anybody else on the panel has anything else to say? Let's just call it a day. I think we need to round up. We'll be streaming for nearly 4 hours right now. Bobby, anything else you want to say? And big up Kalita, who's in the house there. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Saying he would like to speak with Roger Dodger, but we're rounding up. I think you should do that in private. Anybody else has anything else to say before we call it a day? So we're getting Potter Brighton's replacement. We are well and truly dusted. Whiting Bolly just by
Hear
Brighton. And
me?
yeah, the same thing we've
Can
been
you hear
saying.
me?
Yes,
Yeah,
Bobby.
Bobby,
Hear
anything
me?
else you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to quickly touch on this changing coaches. Like Roger, I have always tried to see the positive side of the new ownership because I appreciate what they got themselves into, the
Hmm.
time it's going to take, and the readjustments that's needed. Now, just as we have rightly called out that, we're not going to live and die by De Zerbi's words about winning, however, I think he needs to find a way to redress it because words are things that kind of can follow you, especially when you hit a rocky patch. So he has to, just like Pochettino did in his first conference, respect the fact that Chelsea is about winning. Now, the ownership have come up and said that they don't want to follow Abramovich and keep sacking managers. Okay, that's fine, fair enough. I see it and I believe them. But if you look at every single manager they have sacked, there's been a reason for it. And Pochettino, if you can call him a sacking, the mutual dissolution of the way forward, there's been a reason for it. They have to get it right. Their focus should be on getting it right, not on the number of managers they have. It's a bitter world. It's a tough world. Sometimes you go back to go forward. And if we're going to be fixated on words to please people, you're not going to get anywhere. So, in as much as I don't like the chopping and changes of managers, I'm more for doing what is necessary. Now, the Tuchel situation, according to them, was necessary, arguably, but that was the case. The Potter situation, I think unanimously, all of us knew he had to go. In fact, we were calling for him to go on this very platform in the end, after having tried to support him. I think it was only Roger that really stuck by him and went down
As a
in
lawyer
flames with his
should.
chariot. Apart from him, the other guy had to go. Lampard came as an interim; he had to go. Wasn't good enough, and we know what happened with Pochettino. So there are mitigating circumstances to this. Ultimately, I do believe they want to stick with one person, but that person has to show themselves to be the right person. Let's hope that this plan with De Zerbi, which looks more and more like who they are going for. And if anything, I suspect they were probably onto this all along, certainly since he resigned, and certainly since the Carabao Cup final time. This may have been their behind the scenes plan always, and everything else is the smokescreen. Who knows? You won't know till it happens. But maybe he's the one. He certainly does tick the boxes as the kind of person they would stick with, and the kind of person that could perhaps get some success. And if he does, he cements his place for the longevity, the long game. They have a young team and they want a young manager to grow with that young team. No better circumstance can be than that. So let's wait and see. I wouldn't crucify them for saying that. I
Bobby,
think there's context to it.
Bobby, do you think that De Zerbi can work with our sporting directors, however, or do you think he comes across? Listen, I don't know him obviously, but he does come across as being somewhat abrasive sometimes or confrontational, or is that just am I reading that wrong?
No, I think
Every
he.
e- every manager is abrasive and confrontational. If you want to win, it's a battle. I've seen Tuchel be very abrasive. I've seen
Sure,
Klopp be extremely abrasive. I've seen Guardiola be abrasive. There's not one manager named Jack that isn't abrasive. That doesn't mean to say he won't work with the sporting directors that would have, if you ask me, set him up to come here in the first place. And the fact that he left Brighton probably shows he wants to come to the project. He knows what the Chelsea project is about, and I'm not worried about that. Should he fall out with them along the way, I think he's pretty stupid. I really would, because you need to do your own personal due diligence before you get into a job in the first place. And if you get in there and then you find, oh, you don't like it, part of the blame has to be you for making the choice. So, no, I don't think he'll have
sure.
any major issues in
Okay.
the back room.
Do you think we had back channel communications with him or no? Because I was really
Uh,
surprised at
Roger,
how
if
his relate.
just to say, if he's going to be the next manager, it will be in like 24 to 72 hours. So I'll say for sure, there have been talks.
yeah, yeah, I think so. I think they have been flirting with him, for want of a more
Yeah, yeah.
direct word. I'm pretty. I mean, look, Paul Winstanley worked with him in Brighton already, so they would. I think he worked with him, or was it just Potter he
No,
worked?
I think it was just. I think Winstanley
Just
left
Potter.
there, didn't he?
Yeah, before he came. But
Yeah.
Winstanley maintains links there, and it wouldn't surprise me. And De Zerbi, to be honest, I'm sure he would. There is no manager, especially a young manager, that would not fancy the Chelsea job. It's just too appealing. The name itself is a draw, but the whole setup and the
More
fact that
importantly, the squad is really good,
the
irrespective if
squad,
anybody thinks that's a
yeah,
top
and
team. Yeah.
and also the fact that your likelihood to lose your players is very, very slim. Maybe XYZ down the line, a Real Madrid may come knocking on the door, but we have all seen our players turn down Real
For
Madrid.
Sterling, I hope.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that will be even sooner than later. I'm talking of much, much later,
I'm
maybe 5
joking,
years
mate.
down the line. But we've seen our players turn them down in the past.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily where they're going to go. Rudiger wouldn't have gone if we had made our moves earlier and hadn't left it till there was a crisis situation and he had to save his career in his mind and keep putting food on his family's table. So they are an appeal, but they're not that big an appeal, to be honest, to Chelsea. People wax lyrical about Madrid. Yeah, all the Champions Leagues. Yeah, you're playing in the sun in a potato league in Spain. Yeah, and you're going to keep winning. Yes, they are a glamour club. Yes, but when the chips are down, I don't see them. I really don't. I don't see them for a player that wants to really be something to look at them that big gulf ahead of Chelsea. It's marginal, very marginal. Even Hazard in the end, if you ask him in the cold light of day, should you have left? He will tell you, nah. He knew that he made a mistake. It's not for everybody. It's not a club that's for everybody, and a lot of players would actually decline. I mean, I take note from this guy, the midfielder at Barcelona. Oh gosh, the Dutch,
Xavi.
no, the Dutch guy.
Oh,
Um,
Van or something probably.
yeah. Oh gosh, I've forgotten his name. He came and actually, when he came to London, he spoke to Chelsea. Forget all that we're here on holiday and all that. He spoke to Chelsea. The only reason he remained at Barcelona was, I believe, his wife. His wife, you know what women are like. You're there, sun, sea, sand, Bacardi, and rum, and all the wine that goes with it. And that's where they want to be. They're thinking of the quality of life. And if you compare the quality of life to dreary, rainy England, you might have a second
Hey,
thought. You
hey.
know what I mean? You know, if you want
Yeah,
that
yeah.
sort of thing. I mean, they're from Holland. You know, they have that climate. They've lived in that climate, and maybe they want to change. And I can really see the rate limiting step was his wife. But if the wife was like, "Love, you know, go wherever you like," I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't switch and come to Chelsea, despite the fact that Barcelona was trying to be difficult, but there was a release clause, as expensive as it was, which at the time Bowley would have paid. So, you know, we're not a disappeal, and we need to stop thinking like that because of our disaffection with some of the challenges we're currently facing. Outside of the fan base, a lot of people are still looking at Chelsea with a green eyed monster and still lavish the opportunity to come here. Just try them and you'll see. So yeah, look. Let's just see what we have no choice. We got to see what happens. Of all those managers mentioned, one of them is going to come here. I
Oh
don't
yeah, definitely.
fancy, yeah, you know, I don't fancy any of them. But you know, I was at Chelsea before any of this, and I'll continue to be at Chelsea after all of this. And my support will not flounder because of something that looks a little bit scary. I've been there, seen it, got the T-shirt, even sold it. I think I'm a little too thick-skinned to be worried about something that hasn't happened in terms of the negative side of all this.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna catch up with what we have in the chat, and then we'll call it a day. I'm exhausted, really. If Pep makes demands on our board, they would accommodate every single request. If RDZ tries that, they will be like, "Get out of my office." Look, you earn the right to demand to make demands. If I'm going by your logic, there, yeah, that's what I learned from there. You have to earn the right to make demands. If you don't have to earn, if you haven't earned the right to make demands, if you make demands, it sound like, what are we going to do? What do we get in return? Fieri coaches have always done well with Chelsea fans, and more so Italian coaches have done well with the club overall. Yeah, we've talked about that. But nice to see you out there, Markunjo, and I hope you're doing well. He needs to be questioned about. Look at them having a meeting and conniving to fight me. But I honestly think if Hazard stayed at Chelsea, he would have won the UEFA Champions League with us. Yeah, chances are that could have happened, but you never know. Anything that Frankie the Young, yep, that was the name. And I remember pronouncing it the junk, as somebody told me to pronounce the young. Emmanuel Petit, he said he listened to his wife, now ex, twice in a year, once to move to Barcelona, then a year later to join CFC when Man U wanted him. They divorced a year later. Okay, I'm not sure what to make of that particular story, but it's something I think it's worth learning. Who has the? Leave me alone. Leave me just just leave me alone, please. This signing. Okay. This signing just has to be spot on. The manager hiring, I'm guessing, it has to be. If we make a mistake, it's going to be a serious drawback. Arajo to Chelsea is getting serious. I didn't know that. I'll pay attention to it even more. Yeah, let's see how that comes out. So with that, we've come to the natural end of the show. Except if anybody else on the panel has anything else to say, I'm not going to read anymore. Nehemiah Fowler, I see you, and I think I said hello to you. I hope you're doing well, and I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Please, what is a conference league? Is it you can say the third number three, if you have to arrange them in order from 1 to 3, the number 3 competition in Europe. After Champions League, there's Europa League, and then there's Europa Conference League. Yep. So anybody else on the panel has anything else to say, please, before we call it a day? Anybody else? Jerry, you have anything to say?
No, thank you to the panelists, to Coachella, to the audience tuning in. Please like and subscribe. That's the most important thing. Help us to grow. As you have enjoyed the show, share it with your family and friends. And if you are free in the evening, tomorrow, having a coffee in the gym, listen to the podcast, analyze, make your own notes. Interesting times ahead.
Interesting times ahead. Indeed, and if need be, we'll do an emergency show because we'll be paying attention to what's going on there. Usually, it's up to Jerry to say, "Coach, we have to do an emergency show. It's important."
Yeah.
Was somebody saying something on the panel?
Yeah, it's just moi. Listen, Jerry's right. I think though, I said this last time actually, but it's no more even truer now than it is in bygone days. The sporting directors cannot afford to get this one wrong. They simply can't. We need to be in I was about to say Premier League. We need to be in the Champions League the following year. We need to make top 4. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? Probably not, though. But one never knows. But we just need a lot of things to go away. And I don't know. It's very true. These are very interesting times, turbulent to put it mildly. And I'm excited, but at the same time, I'm somewhat intrepid in that regard. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I have my doubts also on times. Maybe it's because of the actual people that are available according to most reports, but let's see. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting to put it mildly.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate you, Roger. Bobby, DJ was on the panel. Kishan was also here, and JC was here, and Jerry Z from Blueboard Analysis YouTube channel. I've added his information to the description section. Go check it out. Be sure to subscribe. Lots of delicious content there. And I'm going to tell you again, as lengthy as they are, they're gripping because those are important topics discussed, and you're not going to regret watching. And more importantly, do subscribe to this channel. Let's help him get to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible. None of the managers mentioned will get us to the top 4. Maybe Amorim. We'll see. You're entitled to your opinion, but you never know. But I get where your concern is coming from because they're all unproven at this level. My opinion. So my bass, my Iraqi bro, and the blue. Tiff again, big up to you. Who else is in the chat? Supreme Quads, big up to you. I appreciate you finding the time to join us. Semi Dio, all of you in the chat, and Rich Money Mekos, Gabriel A. And if I missed your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time. God bless us all, and cheers.
Thank you, Coach.
More thanks to you.
In my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play, and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, oh, oh, la, 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 la. And I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capping space. I won't stop till I hear him say, in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capping space. I won't stop till I hear him say, man, I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze half the time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capping space. I won't stop till I hear him say, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes, taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great, popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day, I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capping space. I won't stop till I hear him say, man, I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light, just the sun coming up on the horizon. I lose track of time, yeah, I move fast and climb a new class divine, yeah, true passion shines. And I'm through passing time, I choose stacking dimes. You snooze time while I move passing by. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, ice in my veins, I've been driving this train. Years in this lane, there's no stopping this flame. Cause I came to the game and I changed it to play how I like, rearranged it to my own domain. Yeah, I got what it takes, made lots of mistakes. Taking shots, skipping breaks, feeling lost, feeling great. Popping off, singing straight, never stopped, never changed. All the squad here to play and I've got something to say, yeah. I work hard each and every day. I get lost in the words I say. I don't push pause, no I push play. I won't stop till I make a change. I withdraw on the things I make. I turn flaws into flawless traits. I build tall, never capped in space. I won't stop till I hear him say, and I'm up again. I got tired eyes, need a cup of blend. That's right, in the AM, that's my only friend. No light